Cuenta la historia de una niña que nació del volcán, que nació del volcán, no le tiene miedo a nada. Apenas aprendí a caminar, me dejaron solita en la cascada, en la cascada. Dime qué color, dime qué qué color tú ves. Dime si este es amarillo. Dime si este es azul. Yo no entiendo nada. Todo tiene nombre. Yo no entiendo nada. Todo tiene nombre. Me convierto en agua. Me convierto en oro. En agua salada. Igual. Vamos todos descalzos. Voy metiendo mis piernas. Yo me hundo en el musgo. Voy nadando en la tierra. Voy juntando mis raíces. Se me juntan los brazos, las piernas, los hombros, los ojos, la nariz, la lengua, las sienes, el cráneo, y la nuca la siento. No me toques la rodilla, no me pises las plantas, no me toques el párpado. Apenas aprendí a caminar. Me dejaron solita en la cascada.
Hola, buenos días.
Yo, no sé, la persona con la que trabaja es John, pero no sé. John es el que, no sé si estaba John allá. ¿Ya se conectaron ahora sí?
Tengo uno, pero bueno, no tengo el nombre, entonces no sé cómo.
¿Cómo se llaman los intérpretes? ¿Quiénes son?
Quiero que sea.
Ahí se conectó John. Ahí Nikki Calfa es la persona de Nikki que estaba allá.
digital gap. In this case, we're going to talk about digital gap and adults, senior citizens. And for that purpose, we're going to be talking with Verónica Capurro from Inmigrantes Digitales and Magdalena from Fundación Navarro. Thank you for this wonderful space. So welcome, thank you. I remind you, that chair that's different. It's an empty chair. It's a symbolic sign for those. So those who feel you can be part of that conversation, feel welcome to go on the stage and participate in the conversation. We feel that welcome. Thank you again. Welcome, everyone. Thank you. The idea is to get started. Or do you want to share the instructions? Flora, who's also part of the design project. The consign is the QR code. You're going to scan that QR code and you will see a question. Do you see that question? Who wants to read that question? A volunteer to read the question? Or we will choose that person. Could you scan it? What can you see on the screen? What words come to mind when you think about digital gap? What's your name? Sandra. What comes to mind when you read digital gap? Please write down your answers. You send them over. I don't know if Lou, we can see the answers. We're going to see some words on the screen. Difficulty, access, teaching, learning, communication, inequality, patience, isolation. There is another question here. Did you see that? Who would like to read that question? This is easy for a young person to carry out digital paperwork without any help. Today, for a person, it's easy to do that paperwork without any support. People don't agree with that. Totally disagree. Disagree and total disagree. There is another question. Which one do you think is the greatest obstacle for senior citizens to use digital services? And here you see some options. Lack of access to device or internet. Which one do you think is the greatest obstacle for people, for senior citizens to access digital services? Complex paperwork, lack of training, fear to make mistakes, lack of access to devices or internet, and lack of interest. I'll move here. During the last month, we asked help. Did you have to ask help to a person? Or a senior citizen ask for your help to do some paperwork online? Yes, most of them. They agree with that. They strongly agree with that. There's one more here. If your answer was yes in the previous question, what did you do in that situation? I did the paperwork for that person. I explained how to do it step by step. Number 3, I recommended he should look for help in another place. 4th, I couldn't help them at that moment. And we're left with I will hear you so you can read for us all. Do you remember any situation where the lack of technological skill prevented doing something autonomously? How did it make you feel? Yes, I felt old. Frustration for not being able to sort it. It is what we feel. Well, I started with the computer at home. I installed the software. With new applications, that happens to me. And I see young people doing things. It's happened to me with Excel sheets. Frustration for not being able to sort out a problem. There is something very interesting. Okay. So let's show video.
autogestionados por personas mayores capacitadas como facilitadores digitales. A través de su apoyo, buscamos reducir las barreras tecnológicas y fomentar la autonomía digital de este grupo etario. Con las consultorías digitales, esperamos que más de 1.400 personas mayores recuperen su autonomía digital. Nuestro objetivo es replicar este modelo en más espacios comunitarios, generando un cambio sistémico en la inclusión social y digital de los mayores. Juntos podemos transformar la vida de las personas mayores. Apoya nuestra iniciativa para que más personas accedan a las herramientas que necesitan. Sumate a consultorías digitales.
Well, thank you. We'll give the floor to Vero so she can tell us about the issues you evidenced with the elderly people to design a solution. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. Floor. We've been working on the design project. There's a presentation. This is to see who we are, digital immigrants. That's an organization I represent. It comes from two challenges. We saw how the progress of technology was leaving behind a group of people. And on the other hand, those with disabilities. We had the index of unemployment was 70%. We combined them two. So what can we do with the disabled people? We're going to enable digital transformation. We work with different values such as participation and autonomy. People have the necessity of being autonomous. Consultancy that I'll talk about today in partnership with other organizations. This is our slogan: we transform lives. How did it start? To tell you about it, you can go to the next slide. The best thing to tell you this is the story about the father of one of our colleagues. During the pandemic, we were asked for digital solutions in different places. Having connectivity and devices was not enough. We have Lalo, who is one of the parents. He was autonomous to carry out his own paperwork online, to do a bunch of things. He was autonomous. There is Lalo. But when the pandemic came, all of those activities that were essential went to be transferred online. One day he felt unwell. He called his health system and they say they couldn't help him because he was released from that system. So for autonomy and participation, what can we do about it? How can we think in a better solution? How can we think on a solution of autonomy and participation? Because for us, access to health, such other rights that theoretically all of them, we should all help. They should be effective for everyone. So we decided to come up with a contest. in a design laboratory with our team some kind of door where every senior citizen who had some kind of problem, whether it's digital or any kind of question for lack of access, they could have a person in person to help them. And so that person could receive their query, learn about their digital rights, and this way help them connect. Because we saw there were a bunch of available resources. There were organizations that were dedicated to spend government resources or social organizations, but they were all waiting for the person to come. And elderly people, the barriers, special digital barriers of them, it's so important. That's so naturalized. We see the communication channel saying, tell your son to help you out. So it was difficult for them to think, hey, I can have autonomy in this regard. So we also think that that person that would have to be in that first contact to receive it could be a peer, to see an elderly person on the other side to help them can build that trust. I am digitally autonomous because I am, and I can help you because this is a road that has many obstacles. So that's the start to digital welcoming. So Navarro listened to this idea. He said, let's see. We believe this is possible. He trusted. So we created a group of people who worked in the organization. We call them digital facilitators. They went to gatherings in different municipalities where there were many senior citizens, and then people arrived to tell about digital rights and to solve those questions that we received. And last year in 2024, we decided to go beyond and leave this installed in different places. And for this purpose, we went with the government and we told them, hey, we want this to work in the centers of elderly people. I don't know what the day centers are. All right, these are spaces where elderly people can go to perform different activities, to be present. Well, and from there, thanks to Real, we could contact with them, work with the team, and improve this solution, make it bigger. And we will tell you how this is going. So we wanted to share with you that this is working today. this has been a challenge of working in this project. We've been here for what, 3-4 years? We started 2021 with a pilot, and we believe there's a lot to do. Vero shared that with us, but truth is the digital rights are the door for a bunch of rights. So if we do not guarantee people can have access digitally to health services, and at a certain point in time, we had a survey to see which were the obstacles that elderly people had, and it had to do with banks, health, social work, basic things they needed. So if we cannot ensure that first access is there, we limit the access to the rest of rights. That's why this is so important as a time like this, in a time like this, digital accessibility, to be able to have these tools. And I keep all the things that you answered. I take home. And here, when we don't have something digital, we feel old. We feel left behind. The train passed by. I missed the train. Somehow, what we try to find with this project is to give tools to senior citizens so they're able to have access to their rights through the use of technology. Those elderly people should be able to show a model of participation, because a big part of those who accompany or lead these spaces of digital consultancy are elderly people. So we're showing them, we're modelizing a senior citizen that looks for us, and we would all get there. They're active people, connected people, and they can help others. But anyways, the challenge is huge, because we've had very good response by the government of the city. The foundation has some very studies. If you're interested into this topic, we have some studies on the situation of elderly people. Every 2 years, we have a report that gives us an outlook of the situation. Our main researcher in Enrique, who's a senior citizen, great part of the statistics, we bring them differentiated by, geographically, of residents. All the information are clear. So Enrique says, if you need to choose, I'm sorry, there are many people are not from the city of Buenos Aires, but I say, if we need to choose a place to get old, is Buenos Aires, because this is the most, the city with most elderly people, and is considered with services. But this is very well thought to be that. So that what we're doing here. The city has resources, the city has everything, because we have the spaces and everything. And the challenge is how we think about this in different places that don't have the resources for attention. So that's it. Thank you.
I wanted to continue with that, so I'm going to give floor. The importance of articulating in the future of the initiative. So how do we do through civil society organizations? How can we release those spaces so to somehow, let's say, transcend and how key it is to involve other stakeholders, other interested parties to cooperate in the coordination of initiatives to sustain them. So also to think how this is going forward. What are the steps ahead? Where is this initiative taking us? Thank you. Thank you for the initiative. The truth is that it is worth mentioning that, of course, the state and the city, they joined us. So, so you said, here we have so we have silver economy division. That's where I work. You've heard about this. So the term to refer within the economy, so that represents those people, those senior citizens who are over 60 or 65, 55, and so forth. So that trend. So so more than 100,000 people we have, but the city has like 3,600,000 people, right? So people are aging anyways at the same time somehow. With a trend to, so with the population of over 60 from here to 60, 30, 20 years, you got a plan, and the employability level, health services, householding, access, mobility, and many other subjects. So the state can cover that with the private sector and civil society. Within the city, we have different activities, but we don't reach a great percentage of the 115,000. We have the centers of life that have a limited capacity. So, but we have the most vulnerable population. Citizens over 60 years, we have the retirement centers. So they are self-managed, different to the centers of life. And in all of them, we see population with these problems. When we have the inabilities for the use of digital tools. So the city has implemented different tools in the digital quota. In 2016, we launched Más Simple, a program, but it's not sustainable to deliver and give everyone a tablet device to contact. Okay, from the 2016 up to date 9 years, we have a greater access to these type of devices. And at that time was not so no, the device does not solve the problem by itself. We need to train people in the use of that. So the initiative, we have a solution, so that their peers, so perhaps they went through the same situation and they can share that knowledge with those who are with us. We have a working access, which is a guiding guide, which is employability. So when we talk about autonomy, so with a purpose. This that is so common when we have, you're lucky enough to travel, you have a lot of positions of customer service. These kind of services are these positions are taken by senior citizens who are over 60, but companies not often open the possibility for these positions to not people over 60, but over 45. Because for them and for most of the citizens, it's a problem to get a job when they're over 45. So we have a second round of retraining. That's why we work on retraining for people over 60 and perhaps the age band of 45 and up. So not only it's just about to go with the first stage of the chapter, would be a digital training tool to how to use the home banking, which is something we deem as basic. So people that bring perhaps those digital skills with themselves because of their life history, and they require them to look for a second chance or undertake any entrepreneurship, and to also to develop knowledge and greater skills. There we have, of course, they count on us not only to facilitate a way of life, but people who are going to be there, but we have more people. We have and non-satisfied for this need. It's another subject. It's okay. It's like that. Solitude does not desire. So the state has here, but so we don't have this type of facilities to get together. Okay. We had a note on the use of devices to somehow palliate or remediate a little bit that solitude. We think that autonomy, the purpose of life, is linked to those who really want to do that. People apart, some people who work all of their lives, and some of them they just want to do volunteer in that sense. But we have a lot of elderly people that because of economic reason, even if they are retired, they still need to work because perhaps they don't have the requirements or the skills that the labor market requires. So the state, along with the civil society and the private sector, we need to think about a solution. This is not magic, of course, and they have to develop a very painstaking work. We have some companies with some initiatives to keep or recruit senior or a silver talent. So it's in the teething stages. So we have the youth also. They have a problem. They ask for young people who have a lot of experience, so it's difficult to get. So we need to value experience. We have people who already have 25 or 30 years of experience. And that job, that intergenerational contact between 20 and 40 years of age, and the person who is already saying within the labor market. So from our part, the state, we have double responsibility in the sense that we need to generate incentives and perks so that companies may hire or people over 45, 46 in the city of Buenos Aires. So there is not a framework law for the silver citizens with fiscal initiatives that you know pretty well in the city of Buenos Aires. So I don't want to get you bored with this, but we need to have a legal framework in which we can work. I mean, the city would charge us, but we need to work with senior citizens and include them in other economic development initiatives, and that's worked pretty well for in different stages, so they could take credit for that important aspect. So so we cannot reach that the joint work. So in the state, so we come from a change of structure. So this initiative and others are being submitted so they could have sustainability, to have so also to work with scalability, not only the ones in the in those 715,000. No, but we need to reach one of those policies to reach them, to need to escalate to reach more people. Thank you. No, thank you, Gonzalo. There we could replicate. So we also have innovation. Before we close this space, let me remind you. So I don't know if someone would like to have a question or comment or compliment. Flor, you were part of the team. Thank you very much. So shall I sit here? Okay. So the college chair. Okay. So I just wanted to thank you for the joint work and for the accompaniment for 6 months with weekly work. So we needed to be in all of the meetings, and at the beginning, it was difficult to understand that. So the points of views were different, and the innovation programs. So to develop the job of exchange, to understand the initiative that was in the marketplace, also to work marketplace, and really, and to value this, because our follow-up friend, our partner was Sebas with the tool. Also working with the day centers and with the senior citizens and silver citizens. So we're going to work with change networks with the different stakeholders who have the same challenge, so we could contribute to those solutions. And that's a tool of change networks. So we hope to continue sustaining them so that other organizations may also contribute. Thank you very much. Thank you. I am Josephat. So I want to thank you for the presentation, really. So this is a question that's quite critical or critique. I would like to contextualize. I work in an NGO. So I did to start that 4 years ago with Conecta Mayor. It was looking for so that they should have access to all the devices with Rentel, which is the main communications company in Chile, with Conecta Mayor Foundation, born at the Catholic University. At municipal level, we delivered 1,000 special devices that were big enough and so forth. And one way or another, the big challenge we had with implementation is that the devices were not being used properly. Many of us who kind of already deal and manage all these digital parts, people are not accustomed to this new digital world. And there I have two questions myself. The first one is, what is the reflection when we invite people to this digital world? What is our expectation that we have? So people may experience this in this other world that did not belong to them. So there are some people who have experienced that, but even for us, it's difficult to get into the digital world. So it's increasingly we have more novelties, new creation. We have Facebook, we have Chat GPT. So we increasingly have more. I would like to listen what's the life relations, because, for example, at least in Santiago, which may be similar to Buenos Aires, we have a relation that's somehow harmful in terms of mental health because of the excessive use of digital tools and the concentration of life in that space. And finally, the aspect of autonomy. So I think that it's on the contrary. We work with people who have certain intellectual handicaps. So the inability in general. And so in reality, we need more cooperation. The autonomy is right in the individual and the person. To what extent do we demand from that person to continue developing this? perhaps we need as a community to accompany. So we generate all the sense that even if so we have all the paperwork at public service level, and clearly with the government in Buenos Aires, you have electronic work, right? So how to think about this job? To talk about that. So we have a consultation. We have 3 questions. The first one. So we have the first pilot had to do with that. So so we should be in the places that naturally are there. So that's why so have to work there, because the cap is so natural. So it's a tendency, right? So that they need to return the trust what they should do. So the consultation they receive about the devices has to do that. First, they have to do that. So they need to ask for a challenge that has to do with solving autonomy. I have to tell you that. So I went to talk to my child. So you come here, you learn. So then he goes, he talks to Pepe, who's in another city. You know what? I want to ask you something. Because my daughter-in-law tells me that this is the best time. She wants me to help her with my house. So what do? We articulate, so we have a volunteer or someone who may provide her an answer, a valid answer. We also think about their autonomy. We have different situations, right? We have the need of the senior citizen. Today, it is a goal. You have to come up from the curiosity standpoint. So I work and well, the approach of technology should go a little bit behind. I don't know, if you have 90 years of age, I mean, it's going to be more difficult. It's not the same if you're 60. But we socialize. The objective for us is to develop their autonomy. And also people who had certain level of handicap. So we came, the essence of immigrant, we have to generate opportunities of work for those who have any type of handicap. It could be motricity or let's say intellectual. But well, our teachers, our tutors, we one of the requirements was that they had that sensitivity to work with them, to work with those with that population. I'm sorry. We have to see. The issue here is the accessibility. We gotta start closing the. Right. Well, told me about the expectation is that technology would not exclude. I would say, okay, I would love to tell you the autonomy is this. That would not exclude them, isolate them. They already isolated. Many cases, the technological improvements with the best of intentions to automate, to make things faster, to speed things up. I mean, these where there was new. I mean, there are concepts that have an effect in these people. So sometimes they generate frustration, isolation, exclusion, and depression, solitude, and so forth. It's like a domino effect. I mean, the key here is not to exclude them. So it's not about a Facebook or Instagram course. No, those are not the digital offices or advisory offices. We call consultancy offices. So we need to have a place or a space that's accessible and permanent. It's not that I just gave you a training course and I leave you on your own. No, that's not the way, and that's not the case. Some people have some difficulties in the learning process. So if you don't practice that, you forget about it. So you get Zoom, or you have to take all the virtual trainings. If you don't do that all the week, or you want to register yourself in the next Zoom test, you see, I'm telling you, I cannot do it. I'm old. I can't do that. No, we want to avoid that type of situations with this project, not to generate more exclusion, in which naturally, yeah, despite of our efforts today, we have that difficulty because of the age. Well, sometimes every week we need to provide 2 hours at least. Day 27, we had a workshop of technology. It was a content for everyone, but not everyone was ready to take it. But we open, we talk about rights. Okay, what is the challenge you have in the digital world? And each one of them brings up a subject or an issue they need to solve in that space. So we give an answer there. So, right, that's even to work there with that. So we'll start closing. Gonzalo, you have 30 more seconds to wrap up. Regarding your question, was an individual project of life, an interdependence and peer program. So we have an individual session. We try to eliminate not all of them, but most of the barriers and hurdles, so that the person may choose a life project after 50 or 60 years of age, be we working or volunteering, but they may have from the state some help. That's that. Okay, team, I would like to close with a short video. So we're going to start with that point.
Nosotros a través de la Fundación Navarro Viola, junto con Inmigrantes Digitales, ya hacía un par de años veníamos haciendo distintas actividades en lo que es lo digital.
Venían a nosotras y nos decían cómo podemos
they came to us, they told us, what can we do to perhaps shorten the times and get your appointments, for example. It's very important for us to get to know, so we can learn. We could also teach people who are like us, so you can teach people of our age. It's not just to do the paperwork. We had as a reference our teacher, Alejandra. All of us work together, finding solutions so that people who approached us with some questions would not leave with their hands empty. You realize that in general, they help they hear other people, our partners and neighbors. Something that for us was something like a fool for a partner was very difficult to do. The use of cell phones, for example, and a senior citizen, as she didn't know about one of her children. We looked in the social media for her son to CUP for the federal police search of people tool, and two different tools that we found. Among what we have learned, we were able to find and contact the person we were looking for, and we did that bridge. I felt useful. I felt proud of myself when we were doing the course. We said, okay, we can do with all this. We can do it. I mean, I've learned a lot. So this is another step in life. So it was a lot about me, myself. No, but now I'm with this system that it's integrated. I am all solidar with my partners. Okay, team, thank you very much. Now we'll continue with another activity. If you need to get up, stretch your legs to grab a coffee or something, we'll come back with democracy for everyone. Okay, I'm glad I have mate, all right? Okay. Okay, let's get settled. We'll continue now. I kindly ask you to please take a seat. So, hi there. So let's return to our tables. So as you can see, you still have some markers, pens, and now we're gonna go in a workshop mode. Welcome all of you, those of you who have just arrived. We are on the second day of the Global Democracy Coalition Forum for the Americas. This forum is Democracy for All. So to present this space, we have two special guests, participants on local innovator programs. So we have Robelva Almeida, so Director of Culturia. Robert, you're going to introduce yourself, and Karina Sanchez, the Director of Handicap in Junín City in Buenos Aires province. So thank you, Karina, and thank you, Robert. And I'm going to ask Karina and Robert Bao to tell us a pathway. So we may know the user pathway. It's a tool that we use a lot. So we have we design initiatives, undertakings to understand how the route of user is. I mean, to call about the painful points, Carrie and Robert are gonna tell us two user routes so he can have the opportunity to introduce yourselves and greet. So Robert, you want to share with us what you have? Yes. May he please use the microphone so we can listen to him and interpret because we are not able to listen to him. So apparently the microphone is not properly connected. And it's not enough to listen to the person. Sometimes we can listen to him and sometimes we cannot. I'm sorry about this. So 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 we have the last way out. Hi there, this is the interpreter, but we're having a problem with the microphone. That is not working, but now it's been fixed. I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires. So I felt the local population. So I went to these receptivity from the city. So we have a structural part. So conduct part. So so this doesn't happen everywhere. That takes me to work with inclusive tourism, the strengthening of initiatives in all the Americas. So we have been working there for over 40 years, doing these that I'm talking to you. This facilitation, this opportunity that we have. We have read that we have more than 800 million people, almost a billion people with a type of handicap. So that travel every day. So Latin America, the Caribbean is also as the teething stages. So we need to strengthen ourselves and to assimilate this. So people can reach Argentina, Brazil, Chile. So this step by step, a tourist with a certain handicap, we have a lot to do. On this connection with different organizations. So that's why I'm here, listening to these people with this panel, with technology, access to technology. So in a few years, I'm going to be an elderly citizen. So what am I going to do with the technology? Those connections here. So in RIL here, these spaces are very important for this process to develop this. This is a whole fight there. It's a struggle all of the time. Thank you, Robert Mao. Now we're gonna see and grab that pathway. We have person with inability, a person, excuse me, any sort of handicap. So we welcome Karina Sanchez. So and Junin. So Kari. So so a person with some sort of handicap who wants to work. So there is democracy for everyone. Democracy is not a way of government. It's a right. And what does it mean to express ourselves, to choose, to build? And for that, we need to be able to do it and to be able for that. So how we move around in the world, in life, working. So personally, this is the only way that you get to know and be able to travel. So a person with a handicap wants to be part of democracy, so part of the system. How do we do it? If it's up to their family, so first that person has to know that he or she can do it. So that starts in the years was when you were a teenager or an adolescent. So you have to know the desire, and then to train yourselves, and then start looking for a job there. So you have another stage. The person takes care of him or herself. So to be able to train, so so you find all the barriers. So you have barriers in transportation. When you look for the unemployment, you don't find, you have some barriers. You have a lot of type of, for example, you have a visual, you have the catch app, so you can log in with as a person. And how to get enter. We don't know how to enter. So you see that, and that's how it is. No, so first, well, it's good. I'm there. So my curriculum. So the year that comes, how do we form the company? So the person has autism, they doesn't need the so the person has to get busy, and the person have to train. We have different trainings. We have millions of barriers. So to close this, the attitude. We have to open your mouth. So we have Karina, I have a profession. They have this profile. The company want this profile. So you got to be pretty good, and you have to hire me. Am I good enough? Okay, hire me and pay me, right? Uh, so so you have motor capability. So you have the toilet. It has a lot of things. You have got to get them out. So you have a problem with attitude. So this is the pathway of the user. So a little bit to work with the other's mindset. Well, and after this brief introduction, so we're gonna go working. So we're gonna have these democratically. So these are the tables here. We're gonna choose this. So we're gonna have a person with handicap. So a person with handicap who would like to travel. These two tables here. So and these are people traveling. So people. So a person traveling here. So we're gonna go there. I'm gonna ask you. So we like to work with a tool that Flor talked about. It's the empathy map. This is a tool we use as part. So the first 3 months of initiative is to understand the problem we have. To understand the problem, so you have to be able to work and experience the problem. So we talked about this and validate our hypotheses. This is exercise. So we have a person in the center, and we try to put ourselves in the shoes of that person. So that person has to think what that person thinks, and to listen to what that person thinks, to say what that person says, and see what that person says. So Robert says, so what do you hear, right? So what do you listen to when you get off the plane? So in Karina's shoes, right? So so we have 15 minutes more or less to do that. Okay. So then we have a reflection moment to validate our hypothesis. So to share the experience, right? Yes. So many questions to those who were there. So, okay. How are you going to work with that? Right? Okay. It's a 4 of us. Okay. And see also, right? Okay. So Nicolai is from Costa Rica and San Jose. It's pretty small, right? Hey there, hey there, hey there, hey there, hello? Okay. Hello? They split up in groups and we can, they disconnected the micro. They're starting work in the tables, around the tables. Hi there. How are we doing in the in the work we're developing the tables? How's it going? Okay. Hi there. Hi there. May I have your attention? Hi. Okay, we'll continue now. How did it go? What about your job? Okay, we had two tables that had an advantage, rounds and carinas, row balls and carinas. We're going to choose two tables in which we don't have carrying nor rubber ball. So raise your hands, please. One here, another one here. So okay, please raise your hands here. Okay, there you have. Okay. So we have these two tables. We're going to share a little bit what the table came up with in the discussion. So how did it go with the exercise to wear the shoes? So we think that it was pretty well, to my understanding. So what you think and feel. So we all think that we feel some type of fear, lack of self-esteem, and sometimes many prejudice about people who are going to hire them. They have like these bad concepts, right? Prejudgments. So we have to prepare ourselves to hire a person, and we are not prepared as a company. That's what they see that. We see that companies do not hire people with any level of handicap. So we were not properly trained. They feel fear and rejection. I am capable. What can to do? I can do it. I can do the job. So I'm sorry. So, and the painful part is not to have the opportunity to demonstrate the skills that he or she is able to do there to develop the potential. Inequality is there, but he or she aims to do the job just like anybody else, to be accepted and hired without any biases. So naturalizes the fact that they want that to be accepted. It's normal. Okay, so this other table here. So we have a person with a handicap looking for employment and a handicapped person who's traveling. And the question is, what you think of what we have? Uncertainty, labor, isolation, solitude. Yeah. Well, now how am I going to take the fly? Is anybody going to help me? Solitude, uncertainty, enthusiasm to travel, and then fear and uncertainty, insecure. Yeah, the think and feel what they should do.
Well, thank you. Thank you all the tables for the work. And with this, we are going to go back because as you will see, effectively, Carrie and Robert had those experiences. They went through these experiences and they put their own experience at the service of finding a solution as I said, you too participate in the local innovators by going through a process and having this problem very, very clear and defining the problem and finding solutions, trying to offer a proposal to solve these problems. Now you have these, Robert and Carrie, to tell us about your proposal for solution. Thank you, Carrie and Robert. I welcome you again, Carrie. If you want, let's start with you. Hello. Well, as truth is, I want to congratulate you. Everything that you've shared with us. In some cases, we have the look of the person with disabilities. I really enjoyed the proposals. In our case, well, I work for the government of Junín, and along with an NGO. Well, Claudia had to leave the room, but we see the project, we see inclusion, work inclusion for people with disabilities. And why work inclusion? Well, talking about what it is, democracy. And as people, we have a lot of rights. We have thousands of rights, the rights to education, to everything, to thousands of rights. But work is a right. You know, Robert, I really like, if you don't have a job, you have no money and you have no contacts, if you have no social life. So work allows you, first, it dignifies you. Second of all, it allows you to know other realities and obviously to be the livelihood of family, of yourself, to thrive, to compete in many things that make the day-to-day life. So that's why we took this project of working in accordance with independence with our project, taking into account this, that there is a more protected, there should be a more protected work, a cooperative organization. There are other things that are more organized. And so on the one hand, it's easier, but on the other hand, you are left in a sub world. So what we aim at is work or labor inclusion. The project is called I Can Do It. It has to do with going through a path to be able to walk a path, to be able to, well, this project was one of the most highlighted projects. I'm very thankful to the organizers because I think our project, they consider our project was viable. And we started to work with the Network for Change. The network, well, as we talked yesterday, first of all, we tried to involve many factors: the state, the companies, obviously people, disabled people, handicapped people and their families, and different actors, social actors. What happened here? We started to realize that one of the a great barrier is family. Family who don't want or who don't allow. So we start to understand we need to go a little bit backwards so that a person with disability can work. We need to start from a young age. That family need to think when that person, as that person is growing up, as that child is growing, they can study. They have possibilities, and they should also know that there is a person where they need to go independent. And sometimes families see them as eternal children. Then you have a pension. That's a great barrier. Families sometimes pensions when a person is a child with disabilities and the resources are not enough. Well, we can work with the social pension, and that in our country, at least in our country, when you have a pension, you can't have a formal job. So before, in the eyes of fear, you know, the changes, fluctuations of the market. Once a person would like to have a safe salary or go into real life and to go very far in life. That's a difficult decision. That's another barrier. Another barrier are the people with disabilities themselves. And many Many are fearful. Many have a lot of fears. Yes, I study, I trained, some people even can have postgraduates and everything, and they keep on studying and studying, and they're never willing to find a job for fear of rejection, to be told no. So they have a lot of master's degrees but never went through a internship. So there are other people who are entrepreneurs, and they see a lot of closed doors. And as I said today, they go to a company and the company says they don't have that social responsibility. The company is not adapted. When we remake the company, that would be possible. So our project has to do with the training for handicapped people, to train their families as well, so they can let them go, and the company person as well. So they should know that hiring a person with disabilities doesn't mean any type of generosity. It's just about hiring what I'm looking for, that the tools exist in the market. It's just about finding those tools, but everything has been invented. Accessibility exists for everyone almost. So it's about finding the person that can give us accessibility. People, professional people who work with certain alliance. So the alliances, so everything is accessible to include people and to a company, to give support to the person and the company in that first time, in that first training, in that first training. It all implies a team of professionals. So inclusion is real. So it's not an inclusion to comply with the numbers, to say, yeah, we are inclusive, even if the person is serving coffee or just talking and not doing anything. The job has to be real, genuine, competitive, and the person needs to give a value, an added value to the company. It's not just about hiring them. And that's our project goes in that direction. We are implementing that, and it's going slowly. As I said, there are many things to work on, but we've been able to have inclusion, and we're very happy. We're very satisfied, and it's about going little by little, and we prefer a real inclusion and not 10 inclusions for the picture. Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Well, Robert, if you'd like to go next and tell us about your initiative. I always like to talk about my trajectory as a person, so that in the future we can dive into my organization. I'm a biologist of conservation, and for many years I continue working with great carnivores. I'm a specialist in jaguars in the tropical forest. So I believe now I'm the person who understands the most of jaguars on planet Earth. I've been working with Costa Rica for 30 years, and thanks to this job with jaguars in the forest of the South Pacific in Costa Rica, I acquired this ability. How? They transmit toxoplasm. It's a small bug that affected me. Toxoplasmosis affected my whole system of my body, but principally my visual capability. Toxoplasma is a microorganism that was stayed in part of my retina, and it damaged my retina. My retina went out of place. So I have the capability to receive the image, but my brain cannot read this image. So that life with jaguars takes me to that disability 20 years ago in the forests of Costa Rica. So within this world of disability, it's a world that we face, and we have a lot of barriers. We have a lot of obstacles, and a person that does not understand capabilities do not understand this world. As I had no disability before, I used to look at people with disability, but never understood their world. I never knew why these people were going through. So when I got this disability, I continued working in the forests of the southern Pacific of Costa Rica, and I found these obstacles, and many more, much more severe, because those were not obstacles of the cities. I was in the city, far in the natural world, where there is no accessibility. So it was very strong for me. I didn't want to go back to the urban center. I didn't want to go in the city. I stayed there in the forests of Costa Rica. And I started to observe people with disability in this world, natural world. And I said, hey, how do they live, those people, in this world? This different world from the urban world. How can people live on a wheelchair or with different intellectual or different disabilities in this natural world? And I started to see, and I found a population, and it was shocking. I saw people that were helpless, far from government assistance, and that had an impact on me. I'm suffering, but I still have come from abroad. I have my studies. I have some differentiated skill, but these people, they have no education, no health services, no job services, no recreation, nothing. So I started to worry for them. That's where the idea came from, to create an organization in the forests of Costa Rica for these population. And this organization started to find those gaps in terms of health, education, jobs, and then we see the necessity of recreation, something that I didn't even expect. Well, we did a diagnosis with these local population. People said our necessities are health, education, and then recreation appears. We want recreation, so I hallucinated. These people had so many basic necessities. What do they think about recreation? This gives me an idea. This was in 2009, 2010. And it gave me the idea. Yes, I like to travel. I like to do tourism. I like to travel. And I like this natural world where I live in. So that integration of two things, and I created a program, ecotourism, that's accessible, a pioneer program for Central America, for Latin America, a program that elevates people with disabilities on this natural world. So for me, it was a huge challenge to start a work with inclusive tourism within a world that's totally inaccessible, which are forests, mangroves, national parks. For me, it was a huge challenge, but also was gratifying because I learned a lot more than working in an urban center. How can people like as my colleague with disabilities can survive, or can how do they do in a or a person on a wheelchair within a mangrove or a natural park? So I started to create this idea since 2010, and ever since, as a pioneer in Central Americans, a pioneer in Latin America, with the idea of Ashoka. And Ashoka appears in my life during the pandemic. Having the whole experience during the pandemic, Ashoka fishes me or takes me and asks me, hey, do you have any opportunities of having or exposing your ideas, your initiatives, and beyond South Pacific? So I dive in I started playing this game, and I was chosen as Fero Ashoka, and I work with Conturia. Conturia starts the Association of Inclusive Tourism for the Americas. Not only strengthens inclusive tourism in Costa Rica and in the forest, but throughout South America. It's a huge challenge. I come from Canada all the way to Tierra del Fuego, doing this, strengthening this campaign. We're promoting, 38 countries. Right now with Turia, Turia works with our representatives, with our connections in Canada, Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Chile, and Brazil. And there's a lot to go. How much time or how much time do I have to do this? And I'm not even getting to the Caribbean. Can you imagine all those Caribbean islands, Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and all those small islands that are countries? With Turia, we have that mission. I cannot take this by myself, on my own. I cannot do it on my own. It's a crazy thing. It's been crazy already what I'm doing. And 12 months of the year, I spend 8 months out of my house. I'm promoting this with my fingernails. Because I cannot help everyone, but this job with Conturia is a gratifying job. I come to Argentina. The idea of having a representation in Argentina is born. I'm looking for this connection in Argentina to represent Conturia. This is the way we do. We have these spaces throughout Latin America with our peers. And the way we have action lines, we work with some action lines. First, public policies, and we cooperate in public policies and some changes in some countries. And Salvador, for example, we're working with the implementation of a regulation or a law of inclusive tourism, and specifically of inclusive tourism. We work in doing inclusive training with courses and these type of challenges, and the way we train people that will be working with inclusive tourism with a more Latin American look. As I would talk with Jaffa and everyone, the courses and that appear, they come with an European look. It has to be with architectural structure. In Latin America, we have another concept of inclusion, and we have the search of destinations. We have another marketing line that's opened on how to market these different destinations in different places. And the last one, which is the idea that I try to get to, which is the certification. We have some certification to be inclusive. So we are working with Conturia. This is our struggle. This is our service. This is our will. Thank you so much. Well, with this space, we've been talking since the early morning about digital gap and senior citizens, and now we're talking about people with disabilities and accessibility and the design of public policies of projects, taking into account those people who are going through the problems. On this exercise we had today for the empathy map had to do with all that. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Karina, for your experience. Thank you for your job, for your hard work, for everything you've been doing. Let's keep on working with the initiatives and respecting them and growing them. And with that, we close this space, and we are going to have a little bit of a space for another type of conversations that have to do with the citizenship and decision making. And for that purpose, we have Ina again, that she's our director of global innovation. And she'll be telling us about another initiative. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Kadi. Thank you so much, Karina and Robert. It's really very inspirational to listen to you and your stories and your testimonials of concrete solutions that have to do, that take into account these challenges that are so close to us, and the power that it has when a solution shows a challenge that mobilizes, which has a domino effect, combining with other organizations and having a very a huge impact. The power of concrete solutions that cover challenges identified by their protagonists. So now we will listen to Christian Mendes. He's a protagonist of a very inspirational project, a protagonist of a solution with an incredible impact. But it has to do with this, right? To sort out or facing challenges that are worth facing. Governments that are open to understand what are those challenges that we need to sort out. Where do we have to put the priority? How can we prioritize existing resources of our communities to attend to what people cares for, where their concerns and attention is focused? So it's a great honor to present the Piojo, the Christian. The floor is yours, sir. Well, thank you. Thank you, Ina. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ana, for the invitation. I'm very glad to tell this story on the way we worked in San Miguel and how it started, how Ojos Sin Alerta started. You saw that. You saw in the media. You saw in a municipality. I'm Christian Mendes. I'm an official worker for 12 years. I'm Subsecretary of Communications, Secretary of Public Issues, and Secretary of Government. And almost 9 years ago, I started with this initiative where here you talk about how to involve the neighbors in public policies. I think that's what we did. We have 5,000 employees. With that, we do a lot of things. And when citizens that have 300,000 people, and that's what it's all about, our project. So to tell you about this, the best thing is to tell you the story of how this is born. In 2010, we make the decision of taking charge of this public security in San Miguel. For the right is persecution of right. Investigation of crime. But before it goes to public health prevention, the municipality has to do that prevention. Nobody can say no. And we take charge. We take responsibility of something. Two things happen. The first thing is money, resources, economic resources, camera, guards, and the second thing. And that's what we did. We created the public municipality. We bought some cars and cameras. We bought patent readings. We had a monitoring center. 4 years later, year 2014, we had an efficient system of security and started to work. People that were there, we covered them, we solved the problem. And then we said, how can we have more calls? We realized that with a card and put in the number everywhere, people were not calling us. So you know why they were not calling us? Why? Because people don't trust. No matter they see that, they don't trust. And what we did was we had a WhatsApp number. WhatsApp does not generate trust. So everyone was, we gave the WhatsApp number to, we gave them a training, a very simple training, very quick training. That's what I'm going to do with you in 9 minutes. I'm going to do this training with you to try to convince you to be part of this initiative because we need communication, a lot of communication. Without communication, we don't have anything. For that purpose, we need to convince, not of teaching how to use WhatsApp, convincing people. And what is this training like? Imagine that you are in your city. Someone from your municipality comes and says, raise your hand. This is who's called 911. Who's called 911? 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Generally speaking, it's between 5 or 10% of the room. We're talking about, I was in Mexico and I was in Australia there. And in the middle, I was in Peru and Colombia and different countries. Paraguay, Uruguay, Chile. So that's the case. No more than 10% call. Now tell, how many people have seen an emergency, an accident? We've seen something like we've all seen something like that. We don't need more people. We need communication. No more police officers. We need more communication. You're not given that information. We went to get that information. What is the objective of ICE with alerts? Try to combat all the crimes we see. But now we have a problem. 60% are not denounced. Here's a video of the obstacles of a neighbor.
Y bueno, llamar al 911, que vos llamas al 911, el 911 te hace una telenovela antes de atenderte. Y no, le digo, atendeme, manda un bomberos, ambulancias, manda que volcó un micro con criaturas, después me llamás y me interrogás todo lo que quieras, le dije. Y le tuve que cortar. Me volvió a llamar, y digo, por favor, manda la ambulancia, hay chicos que están gravemente heridos, volcó un micro con criaturas. Bueno. Hizo eso y después me volvió a interrogar a ver si yo había llamado. Sí, le digo, sí. Pero tendría que ser más eficiente, más directo, más rápido. En vez de interrogar, atender la emergencia y después interrogar.
Necesitaría que me manden un móvil, porque hay unos sospechosos que están dando vueltas en un auto. Pasaron varias veces y no son de acá. Estoy en la calle Tupac Amaru y Rubén Darío.
Podemos tener una cámara por metro cuadrado, pero la visión de esa persona no la vamos a tener nunca, y es inteligencia real, no es artificial. Esto es mucho más importante. Vamos con un caso real de los que pasan todo el tiempo en San Miguel y en más de 64 ciudades en Argentina. Miren.
Hola, escúchame, fíjate que hay dos flacos que vienen por Serrano, entre uno de campera azul y uno de celeste. Fíjate porque están... Se quieren meter, uy, se le meten a la casa, a robarle. Ya le robaron la bicicleta.
Teníamos las cámaras, teníamos los patrulleros, teníamos la lectora de patente, teníamos el centro de monitoreo, un montón de plata puesta por el municipio. ¿Persigamos o no persigamos a nadie? ¿Qué faltaba? La información del vecino. Lo único que faltaba era gratuito. Lo fuimos a buscar, lo conseguimos y resolvimos un problema. Hoy en San Miguel tenemos 150.000 personas que tienen ojos en alerta, que es el acceso directo a un contacto de WhatsApp. La mitad de la población adulta. No se nos escapa nada. Esto significaron más de 3.000 alertas mensuales que es un mapa del delito, es información. Información que toda es muy valiosa. ¿Qué es Ojos en Alerta? La generación de información gratuita de parte del vecino que lo involucraste, lo hiciste parte y le diste importancia. Esto es Ojos en Alerta, la NASA. No es la NASA, es una pantalla con un celular y no le sale plata al Estado porque es gratuito, porque esto es una iniciativa municipal que se le da a otros municipios gratuitamente. Lo compramos en Houston, Estados Unidos. No, lo compramos en Garbarino y en cuotas, porque no tiene nada especial. En San Miguel bajamos el delito de robo automotor, hurto automotor, robo motovehículo y homicidio, que son 4 delitos que sí o sí se denuncian, entre 50 y 75% en los últimos 10 años en San Miguel. Esto es real. Yo les puedo decir que bajamos el arrebato en vía pública, pero el arrebato en vía pública no se denuncia. Esto sí o sí se denuncia por el seguro. Hoy tenemos 64 municipios en 12 provincias y más de 700.000 ciudadanos que tienen esta herramienta. Y el lunes firmamos un convenio con el gobernador de Córdoba, Yarlora, para 30 municipios más. y estamos todo el tiempo sumando municipios. Yo la semana que viene estoy en Colombia, la otra estoy en Uruguay. Seguimos viajando y mostrando esta herramienta colaborativa. Acá viene lo más importante, y ya voy terminando. Lo más importante de la charla es esto. ¿Qué genera ojos en alerta en el ciudadano? Genera 3 cambios de comportamiento. El primero, al principio, antes de tener ojos en alerta, llamaban 300 personas al centro de monitoreo por mes. Hoy llaman 3.000. Inobjetable, mandan mensaje 3.000, número frío. Lo segundo es este, que para mí es el cambio de comportamiento más revolucionario. Miremos.
Aquellos dos. Esperando a alguno con el maletín del lado de la calle. Aquel. Está marcando puntos para una salidera. Están ahí, pero no los ves. Bueno, de eso se trata. Están, pero no están. Chorros.
Convertimos a más de la mitad de la población adulta de San Miguel en gente atenta y a 700.000 ciudadanos de otros lugares. Gente atenta que ve cosas que antes no veía, sale con el celular a atrapar Pokémones. ¿Por qué? Porque puede, tiene una herramienta, es fácil y es simple. Esto me parece lo más revolucionario. Como Oscar es la persona que atrapó los 2 delincuentes que vimos con las bicicletas, tuve la posibilidad de hablar con él porque es el vecino de un amigo. Y me dijo, vos me diste la capacitación hace un año. Y ¿sabés qué? Estuve esperando un año en mi momento, un año, y yo sabía que eran esos 2, sabía, un año esperando su momento y atrapó 2 delincuentes. Y este es el último cambio de comportamiento, que es sobre el delincuente. Y para retratar esto hicimos un experimento social en San Miguel el año pasado. Agarramos un actor, le pusimos un televisor con un pedazo de mampostería al hombro y lo hicimos caminar nervioso por el centro de San Miguel en hora pico. A ver qué salía. A ver qué decía él también, cómo se sentía. A ver si la población realmente estaba convencida. Y salió esto, miren.
¿Está nervioso?
Mire, estamos frente a la plaza por McDonald's y pasó un tipo muy extraño y nervioso con un televisor en la mano. Para mí está robado.
Hola, estoy acá en la Catedral de San Miguel y veo a un flaco que está caminando con una tele en el hombro, que es un pedazo de pared y como el soporte de la tele.
Estoy sentada en la calle Perón, 1453. Pasó un señor con una televisión y un pedazo de doboque de una pared.
Me miraban a mí y escribían. Y mandaban audio también. Miraban mucho y el celular en la mano. Eso es lo que noté. Celular en la mano, mandando mensaje en algún lado. Y bueno, cuando iba llegando ya, creo que en la tercera cuadra, me estaban esperando la policía.
Que los que tengan miedo sean los delincuentes de salir a robar y no los vecinos de salir a comprar. Esa es la ecuación que tenemos que cambiar. Y esta es la última placa y ya termino. Esto es Ojos en Alerta, el acceso directo a un contacto de WhatsApp. No es una aplicación. ¿Y cuáles son las diferencias con una aplicación? Que hay un montón de aplicaciones en toda Latinoamérica. La primera, esto no le sale plata al Estado porque es gratis. Yo lo comparto con cada municipio a través de un convenio y es gratuito. Una aplicación te sale plata por ir en desarrollo. Segundo, una aplicación hay que bajártela. Y la gente no tiene espacio en el teléfono para bajársela. Ojos en Alerta ya lo tienen abajo. Tercero, una aplicación tenés que aprender a usarla. Y nadie quiere aprender nada. Ojos en Alerta ya lo saben usar porque es WhatsApp. Y último y más importante, una aplicación consume datos. Ojos en Alerta no consume datos porque es gratuito. ¿Y cómo termina esta capacitación con vecinos? Que ustedes eran vecinos. Al principio le dijimos, levante la mano quien llama al 911 y levantaron la mano 5 personas. Ahora, conociendo Ojos en Alerta, si ven una actitud sospechosa, levante la mano quien mandaría un mensaje para ayudar a su vecino. Bien, los convencí entonces. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Cristian Piojo Méndez. Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, súper interesante. Y con este espacio, como yo les decía, íbamos transitando de la inclusión, de la accesibilidad, al que la ciudadanía sea la que tiene el poder de tomar decisiones, que la ciudadanía participe en cómo se toman las decisiones. Y para eso vamos a hablar con 3 súper invitadas y nos va a moderar el espacio nuestro coordinador de Ciudades Innovadoras, César Sarrabeitia. Y las tenemos acá nuestras invitadas, Flor Cafarone de Democracia en Red, Olgui Caballero de Alma Cívica en Paraguay y Nati Carfi del Open Data Charter de acá de Buenos Aires. Bienvenidas, muchas gracias.
Bueno, hola, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a este panel donde vamos a intercambiar sobre un tema fundamental de lo que venimos charlando en estas 2 jornadas, que es el empoderamiento ciudadano en la toma de decisiones. Siempre hablamos de que la democracia se construye todos los días, pero el desafío de cómo hacemos que se escuchen todas las voces, y no solo que se escuchen, sino generar los espacios y las herramientas, sobre todo, para que esas voces después se transformen en decisiones, se transformen en política pública y se transformen en la realidad. ¿Cómo hacemos que estas discusiones y estos intercambios que tenemos en espacios como este lleguen a transformarse o disparen un cambio en la realidad? Esa pregunta, por suerte, no la voy a responder yo, sino que tengo un super panel de 3 directoras ejecutivas. Natalia Carfi, directora ejecutiva de Open Data Charter. Olgui Caballero, directora ejecutiva de Alma Cívica. Y Florencia Cafarone, directora ejecutiva de Democracia en Red. La idea es hacer una primera ronda para compartir, y compartir no solo de la teoría, sino de experiencias que nos puedan compartir de sus respectivas organizaciones, de desafíos que se hayan encontrado y experiencias positivas también que nos puedan compartir de este desafío de escuchar a las voces y de alguna manera lograr que se transformen en decisiones concretas. ¿Querés iniciar, Olgui?
Ay, ¿yo? Bueno, muchas gracias. Sí, realmente quiero por ahí conectando un poco con el último espacio que tuvimos, esto de tratar de no inventar la rueda para que la gente participe o esté presente en espacios, sino que a veces la mayor innovación es simplemente lo que ya está creado, lo que ya existe, y potenciar ese trabajo, ¿verdad? Bueno, Alma Cívica nace como una organización.
Yes. Yes. So we will be here. The microphone of the lady who's speaking from Alma is not working, is disconnected.
Decidimos a fundar esta organización ya
So we founded this information.
Realmente fuimos un grupo de amigos y colegas que nos venimos conociendo en diferentes espacios.
So we have some friends who are working in the public sector. So we said, okay, Where are these people who are taking the decision? Where do they come from? In Paraguay. So 60% of leadership who make decisions in Congress, so they come from a local participation process. So people who were in the way, they were not working in partisan politics, but they were activists. So at a given moment, they are captured and trained, and they are in a they arrive to a position. How could we get to transform the way we work to enhance and promote and provide tools and discover new tools? Is by looking at and rescuing the local level. So whenever we work in the team, so we have a lot of women. It was not on purpose. So you always have one or two boys, but most of us are women. So it's overwhelming what is happening in the world, in the region, in the country, in Paraguay. So we still we are still in that process of understanding what democracy is about. So the government's party, dictatorships, there are many things that are taking place. So Paraguay has a stable economy, right? That's true. It could be in some cases, but really, it's too far from understanding really what democracy is about and being able to participate. And we have a reality that's overwhelming. There is something wrong going on every day, but we got to take a look with that magnifying lenses. What is happening within the communities? What's the social technology they're using? So our focus is to say, okay, how we could work. How do we potentialize that treasure we already have? Learn from that and potentialize it and improve it to connect it with other leaderships and programs. So in that pathway, so you have to let's say to encourage yourself to work for the good being, for the well-being of the community, right? So I'll share with you some experiences with you, some challenges that you've identified, right? So we have from Democracia Red, we've been working. So we are going through the use of technology, and we understand this is an opportunity we have for many years now, and the pandemic's left us okay, like that momentum. It's more than set up and established that how we communicate, how we participate, and do all that paperwork on an online basis. We promoted many participation processes, especially at local level, and participative ways in citizens' participation and other ways. So, well, in the last years, we've explored other ways like citizens' assemblies because we detected some challenges within the participation processes, among which mainly the council of selection, who are the people who participate there. So we have people who have certain, they're kind of far from what happens in the public realm. Some people do not have the capacity, economic capacity. Sometimes they don't have the time, nor the knowledge, or they think they're not properly trained to participate, or they don't know about the subject we would like to approach to deal with. So citizens assembly have some meetings to solve these challenges, and also why do we want to overcome this barrier? To approach certain complex issues in long term, and perhaps the security is an issue, would be interesting, but also climate change, other aspects that will not affect in short term, but they affect like a participative budget definition linked to infrastructure or more short-term decisions. Think about long-term policies, and you may require a greater consensus to have 100% inclusive processes with the population. That's pretty painstaking. So we have to develop a quite representative process we summon citizens to participate through by sending letters or and getting people to register. So then we have a kind of raffle to select a type of conquerors, to have the first wave of people who were selected looking for some representation from citizens in that city in particular. So what happens with the elderly people? So what happens if we means that look on the city, right? And then we want to avoid at educational level and economic level. With all those variables, we want to have a sample, a reduction of people who are going to participate. Other of the key elements is that we may have certain incentives to participants. That's a point that's extremely important. So how to take that into practice? It is important to participate, to have people from different sectors with certain level of equality to provide so you have boarding expenses, traveling expenses, so to work and participate and leave one person. You have people in charge also. So that's part of the incentive, right? So not only having persons participating, I mean, who have money. No, we're gonna have everyone to participate. And finally, in general, they used to have an instance in which training is taken. So that is also important. So we have people who are over-informed and people who are not that informed, but they are in the city and they have the same problems. And that is also important to work with them at the table. So that's precisely the Citizens Assembly, the ones we're proposing, have these elements, right, as pillars. So you have a lot of variables. So we could take that into the local level, but our experience was to implement climate change culture and in partnership with other organizations in Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia. And from Democracia en Red, Democracy in Network in Mar del Plata, we developed a process where we had 50 people participating. It's quite a representative sample of the city. And we worked for 7 days in a row. So they are intensive processes. We have international processes, and in which we had 4 days in which we leveled the training, and we had 3 days of leveling. And well, that's a little bit the characteristics we have of processes in which we have to get to free ourselves and have people in different conditions. People had a lot of knowledge. Well, a lot of people with knowledge with that. So
fue interesante y tienen que estar todas las partes porque
all the parties have to be there.
Más en el tema de cambio climático tenía mucho trabajo también de los ciudadanos.
So we had a lot of subjects with all the citizens, but not only work in the municipality.
Entendemos que no es para trabajar todas las temáticas, pero sí para trabajar algunas que realmente se requieren.
So to work with someone, they may require to deliberate, to have deeper debates.
Porque quizás todos podemos opinar sobre dónde queremos que haya una, bueno, la tenga que haber la loma de Burro.
So why do we have cars so fast? Why the street?
Pero de repente sobre cuestiones que tienen que ver con políticas más a mediano y largo plazo, y de infraestructura.
So infrastructure, recollection of waste. So on the subject. So for those purposes, it is worth exploring these participation modes to have people in the rural areas. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. Now we got to listen to everyone and also facilitate dynamics to really contribute with value with their own look. So thinking about tools and dynamics that can make this participation
Desde tu experiencia.
So, what are the challenges and pathways? So, first of all, thank you for the invitation. First, we're going to have a question here. We have participation process, and it was good enough. Participation, it impacted in the final result.
Tenemos ahí un par de manos, un no por acá,
So,
uno en proceso, allá sí. ¿Quién participó de procesos participativos?
Who participated in participative processes? And who do you think it's a waste of time? No, not a waste of time. No, a good, who thinks it was something good and who thinks it was not good? So it's pretty complex.
Digamos, para cuestiones mucho más profundas se necesita más tiempo, más participación.
For deeper things, we need more knowledge.
Y también puede haber consultas
We could
ciudadanas.
have consultations that are pretty small, simple.
Y eso les quería traer. Yo soy Nati Carfi, soy la directora de la Open Data Charter, trabajo en temas de datos y gobierno
in data chart, so we have like 16 people, right? So I've been working there for 17 years, so yeah, I've seen a lot of processes there. Okay. So I wanted to bring to share with you that in the charter, but also examples from outside. So
otra pregunta para ustedes. ¿Saben lo que son los datos
for you. You know what open data is about? So we are a lot of people.
Después me preguntan, pero básicamente nosotros lo que hacemos desde la organización
So what we do basically from the organization is to promote the public proactive promotion of government data in formats that may be reused, not a PDF. So who was for 3 hours doing copy paste with the PDF, trying to organize all that? It's a problem. So we were all there.
Entonces, ese no es un formato reutilizable, por ejemplo.
So that's not a reusable format.
A través de los procesos que en los
Through
cuales
processes,
con gobiernos y organizaciones de sociedad civil, siempre ODC, la organización que lidero, trabaja en conjunto y en tándem entre
so she
gobiernos
works in a group, in a settlement. So what we always do is to try to promote participation from start of publication process policy. In the first years of open data policies, governments wanted to be cool and have their open data source. They set up websites and they began publishing what they had at hand, what they deemed important to publish. So as we said in open data, so build until they welcome. So no one downloaded anything whatsoever. So basically, there was not a connection between the citizens or the citizens' demand for data and what governments were providing. And the truth, I was an official from the government, and it's not easy to open data. It's not that you get an Excel file and you publish it. Yeah, do we have a big, great internal work within the government team to publish and to keep the open data portal. So all that effort, so that political chiefs would say, okay, how many downloads do we get? Did we get no? Okay, 5. And we are investing a lot of money in that. So understanding what is the data. So I want to prioritize.
A publicar. Obviamente que igual hay que manejar expectativas porque
the expectation.
Y hay algunos que los gobiernos directamente ni siquiera estaban generando.
But they were not generating data, basically. So what we proposed from Open Data Charter was to start working with subject area policies, not open source data policies. But we want to create participative processes. Let's talk about data for climate change, data for in the fight against corruption. So the gigantic subject gender, we can work different subject areas. What does that bring up? We have
y desde sociedad civil puedan venir
society,
pero las organizaciones que saben
and the organizations. So specifically work with public organizations the civil society's organizations, they're going to make the demand, and then we start doing or running policies or workshops. So prioritize that. What for? Together, the government needs and what civil society needs, understanding the difficulty of publishing. Not all data sets are important and are also available. So sometimes they just lack a license to be open source data. So some of them are easy to solve and other ones are not. So through participative prioritization processes of publication of data is where we manage to advance in subject area policy that would help the government to publish at local level. So we could also start working the governance, internal model, the infrastructure of data, and get to know which are the systems that are going to be used so that actors within the government may publish. Through those participative processes, we have managed to advance with different governments that are pretty uneven, like Ecuador and Uzbekistan in anti-corruption data, or similar, you know, climate change data like Chile and Uruguay working at the same time. Generally speaking, we work with several governments so that they may also connect, especially government agencies, to connect and share challenges that they may have internally, because in general, challenges are typically more common than what we think. Starting not the digital area, but internal subject area, to start asking, what do you want my data for? And it's not your data. This is the citizens' data because it's the government's. This happens in Uzbekistan, Uruguay, Panama, the United States, and France. It happens everywhere. So to help ourselves and cooperate to see how we deal with those challenges, it is pretty good. Not to reinvent the wheel. What do we publish those data for? The utilization is very high. By one, that's very important, is to perform and develop advocacy so that the citizens may face these participating processes with participation that's meaningful enough. So it is important that that publication not only be done, but it should be kept. We have seen a lot of open data portals for governments that are shut down and turn on, shut down and turn on. We have big challenges. I'm just going to brush up on some of the things there. Open community, open data communities. So we are always working with data privacy communities, not necessarily we there. So generally not. So we have a position there. So but we have to balance both rights, access to information and privacy. So the pathways from the pathway for privacy organizations, generally speaking, organizations, the first thing they did was to go after the law, the regulation framework. Then they worked in implementation. We had advocacy for the right implementation of the law. Open data organization went first for implementation. We don't have open data laws. They have very few there. So there we were learning a community and the other. So to see how was the guideline and how we add value from the implementation capacity we have, because we had portals everywhere, and the regulation capacity that it provides stability in privacy policy zone. That's where we are working there. So going back to participation, through these processes, what we do is to ensure participation in the public policy, connecting the data, the demand for data, and also ensuring possible participation. That is basically one of the objectives. Just publish because of the sake of it. So, so we need to go with Octave. So to see what I have known so far, to tell you that I have seen processes. So the open data or GPA. So pretty much.
organización que lo que hace es... Eso es muy importante. Y para cerrar, solamente contarles un ejemplo que vi en África, que cuando alguien quiere, lo hace, digamos. No es un proceso de participación súper profundo, pero por ejemplo en un pueblo, en Kenia, básicamente lo que hizo el intendente fue con llamadas perdidas, si sí o no, si en una plaza se iba a poner un arco de básquet o no. Entonces, no necesitas plata, no necesitas, digamos, ni siquiera internet. Si la llamada perdida iba al 01110, era no. Si la llamada perdida, ni siquiera gastaban en la llamada, era llamada perdida. ¿Entienden? O sea, no le quería hacer gastar al ciudadano más que 5 segundos. Y si era otro número, era que sí. Nada, a ver, ¿cambiaron la vida de los ciudadanos? No, pero en un pueblo chiquito esa decisión, digamos, entonces es empezar también a promover esos pequeños espacios para ir generando confianza. Si los ciudadanos ven que el arco se puso porque salieron más llamadas perdidas, empezás a generar ese como ida y vuelta, porque la confianza es la base de todos los procesos de participación. Si uno participa y después no ve el impacto, no volvés. Gracias.
Gracias. Gracias, Natalia, tremendo. ODC hoy es una colaboración de más de 250 gobiernos y organizaciones, ¿no? Así que hay una pluralidad de voces organizacionales, personales, así que debe ser un desafío tremendo. Me resuena lo que contás de África porque desde nuestro programa de innovadores locales trabajamos con equipos en todo el sur global y las redes de cambio, que es un poco el foco que tenemos en estas jornadas, se realizan presencialmente y nos mandaban imágenes de un equipo de Zimbabue para elegir las diferentes alternativas, fueron pasando y poniendo piedritas.
Claro.
Y veíamos,
no hay que armar la mega plataforma de la Guachihuau.
Hay que tener ganas, pensar lo que les, les
sí,
resuena.
Pero además, digamos,
Totalmente. Bueno, no nos queda tanto tiempo, pero sí me gustaría saber y que me compartan su perspectiva de estas experiencias que se dan en la realidad. ¿Qué desafíos implican en el marco de un momento en el que tenemos cambios políticos, sociales y tecnológicos súper activos y súper convulsionados en este momento? No sé si querés contarnos, Olgui.
Bueno, me encantó lo que dijiste. Quiero sumar que a veces, claro, no tenemos que encontrar la fórmula del oro, o sea, de la alquimia, ¿verdad?, para que la gente participe, sino que es invitar, abrir la puerta. Al día de hoy hay demasiadas oportunidades para poder, no sé, googlear y ver qué hace democracia en red y preguntarle, ¿cómo hacen ustedes esto para poder, o sea, demasiados caminos hay para poder implementar herramientas, tecnologías cívicas o sociales que nos permitan hacer que la gente, pero hay que querer que la gente participe y probar. O sea, yo siempre digo que no hay un proceso de participación fallido porque finalmente si se implementa, funciona, porque por lo menos aplicaste una metodología, ¿verdad? Y bueno, y hablando de los desafíos, hoy en día, bueno, en Paraguay, por ejemplo, estamos viviendo un retroceso muy grande, donde se aprobó recientemente una ley que de alguna manera dificulta mucho el trabajo del espacio cívico y de las organizaciones de sociedad civil, porque mete como que un montón de regulaciones que ya se hacen, ¿verdad?, con la excusa de la transparencia y de que las organizaciones de sociedad tenemos que rendir cuentas. Todas las hacemos, o sea, sabemos que siempre no podemos meter la mano en el fuego por todas, evidentemente siempre hay algo que... Pero actualmente hoy en el país se rinden cuentas y se hace un montón de procesos ante el Estado y ante la ciudadanía y ante el donante también, pero lastimosamente esta narrativa, este discurso político que viene también de una avanzada de pisar derechos ya conquistados, bueno, Paraguay no sale afuera de eso y se embarca en la cruzada
and we embark in the crusade of approving a law and pass a law, a bill that would restrict civil society's participation to be able to develop its activities and be able to receive resources. This goes hand in hand with cooperation, and it's affecting us all. I know that Peru, they passed that law last week, right? And then they're going to regulate that. It's a similar law to Russia and Nicaragua, people in Nicaragua say, well, that's how we began. We started legalizing processes of somehow enhancing coercion in people's participation. So when you start to block it somehow. So when you want to do something, anyone can do it except us. So the NGOs versus the whole world. So today is against us. Tomorrow, they came for this person, and they're gonna come for these others. But I didn't say anything because I was not that person. But exactly what's happening there, we have to keep an eye on alert, because apart from the fact that it's difficult to make people understand that, or to make evident that participation is a right, and it's also an obligation. Also because by omission, we could let things happen. So we also have restrictions. They want to say is to silence the voices of people. So we have different manners. So the challenge today that comes to this movement from north to south, I don't know really where it comes from, but it comes from everywhere now. So how do we strengthen the muscle without weakening in the process? Because you get tired to be right there, right in the first line, working, sustaining what you're doing from the base. We have organizations that are bigger and more international, who are in contact with networks. For them, it's not going to be that difficult because it's going to have ways, but we have grassroots organizations. I mean, just to fix something in the community or the neighborhood, that's going to be a problem. I mean, in terms of the implementation of these type of regulations. So this is a trend that's been coming. I hope it wouldn't take place here, but the truth is that in many countries it is taking place already. The excuse, of course, is after transparency. Well, you already have a transparency mechanism there, but this is what really happening. They are basically limiting, hindering the civic space. So as civil society status in the world, it's concerning. I mean, it's quite worrying. If we look at national level, local level, I come from a country that I could tell you that, but it's not pretty different to what is happening. The pattern is being repeated. So throughout the world, that doesn't mean that we're going to stay still. Okay, we have to look for ways, but we got to pay attention to stop these restriction or limit, curtail. All right, participation is a right, but it's very important. It's also a commitment, right? So we have Anna Hari who said that. So the essence of human rights is the right to have rights, and a fundamental right is to make advocacy, have an influence in the public route with tools, and make that advocacy effective. Natalia, you want to share some of the challenges and implementation right now? Yeah, I would say that what Oli was saying is something that what happens in Paraguay. So, so we are in a weaker position. So, so we have international report. So you have other places. In a moment also, for those of us who work in democracy, citizens' participation, in a context in which the public agenda in favor of these words. So, since we are out of place, so obviously, so it is difficult and it's also a challenge to promote citizen participation, open government, among other aspects. So, this is a takeaway. So this is to pay attention to how we gotta keep an eye open. We always gotta keep that eyes in alert, right? For organizations, but more than anything else, that's how it is taken. As what we discussed in the panel. Really, the positive thing about now, where do we see these opportunities from the local perspective in Argentina and from people who are today in the government? I think it's a big responsibility already. It is not easy. But I think that today at the present, those who are in those spaces, who also have their own agendas, they have a very important role because probably civil society is going to be more difficult for them to be present. But I know, but it might happen anyways. So, and that I think the role is very important to continue promoting and sustaining it. So, in environments in which it's not easy to do, and we have other priorities in which, I don't know, we have a response to what's going on in the social media. So what am I gonna have a participative process? So in the data. So what people want in Twitter. So it is more difficult. The role of the person is difficult to sustain those agendas. And well, and to push forward what we have been doing for many years, what was built. So it is important. So we have a lot of value there that it would be good not to miss it. Is they all the work done every year. So that's what we could have. So we have like winds of change, but we are the bees in the grassroots level. But well, just that. And this proactive position that Olive here is not to stay still. We got to move. In a moving scenario, we got to move ourselves. Not the end. Just to tell you a little bit. So, no, really, nothing that could be different to what was just said. We've seen countries in which there were national administration changes that were pretty strong and hostile to this agenda. Subnational level kept the fire on. So no, we know we can do it. We can continue working in this agenda and civil society. And yes, what Oliver says, kind of copy paste of that to stop or make the work of civil societies organizations more difficult. So in Latin America, but it's also happening in other parts of the world. So we could see that in all the global south. So we need resistance, cooperations, active listening, and we need to understand that yes, the networks like this one, ISP, like thousands of networks that are out there, look for them, connect to them, talk to them. So that's pretty much. And you're not alone. You're not an island. Right. Then exchange networks. Right. 100%. For my part, I would like to take away to participate, but participate with tools, with set up mechanisms, with data, so that that participation could be effective, not to lose our voices in the air. If you had to have like one last reflection, I know if it's you're that fan of, but if we would close in the Twitter X network, how of empowering citizens empowerment and mechanisms, which central idea, which would be the main takeaway in a phrase? I would like to say now, since we were talking about in AI, artificial intelligence, everything that brings along and the tools is pretty good. But also we got to be careful with that. I like the expression of it is pretty well used in humor. Not the artificial intelligence, but artisans intelligence, handcrafts intelligence. So to share in the neighborhood. So we discussed about that. To connect again with our neighbor, to generate links of trust, and to talk to the person who does not think as we do. So to be able to promote spaces for participation, to have that collaboration spirit, and to highlight the democratic values that rule your country or your constitution, what you might believe. So it is necessary to build community, and you cannot do it on your own. You can't work alone. You can only work with those who believe and think like we do. I say that to myself because for me it is difficult because it's easier to work with a person who thinks like you. It is faster, right? But we need to work, and that requires resources that you didn't have. We not generate money, time we don't have yet, but they are times. So let's use artisans' intelligence. So to connect ourselves at community level. I had to artificial intelligence, but it's genuine intelligence, genuine intelligence. So we talk about singularity in technology. Let's talk about plurality in the search of that similarity. So you want to leave us? Well, I'm just going to be brief. So I really liked what Nadi brought up of cooperation right now. I think that we're going to be needing it. And regardless, I mean, the sector we are in, it is important to also break that concept. You work in government, civil society, or corporate sector, or political parties. This is a moment. It's pretty good to cooperate, all of us, and to take off the tax we have. So it's a good point. I like to look the consensus beyond the context and looking for dialogue among people. So that's the only thing I will. Thank you. Okay, what about you, Nati? We always talk about from Open Data Charter about data interoperability. We work with data, of course, so it is important. And some years ago, I said that as a joke in a panel, and then they wrote to me from the World Bank if I need to write a blog about it, and it wasn't that funny. The concept of people interoperability, not just through technology, we can generate networks or systems that would interoperate, but the need so that people, in fact, would get together and can talk and interoperate. So if this is a tweet, a blue sky, perhaps, I don't know how you say that, to be there. So it will be interoperability of people. Let's get connected. Okay, pretty good. So I wanted to thank you. Thank you.
Sí.
Okay.
Ocupamos la silla vacía.
Ah,
So
perfecto.
we're going to use the empty chair now.
Tenemos unos
If
minutos.
we have still a couple of minutes, if you would like to comment, to contribute, lunch is not going to be before anyways. So we can talk for a few more minutes. Does anyone have a contribution, a question, share your experience in the organization? So we know that some people raise their hands in participation processes. We do have experiences here. Okay. Anyone? No? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Nobody?
Esa es como la aplicación.
That's the application, right?
Ahí te acercamos al micrófono.
Nos están escuchando por streaming y si no sale el audio.
Sorry, we need the microphone, please. All right, Volunteer in Mundo Sur is an organization that collected data from feminicides and assassination of women. Among these organizations, we have a common methodology to collect that data. One of the biggest problems we want to collect data from governments. They use different methodologies. They upload them in a different manner. It is very difficult after like to analyze or compare them. When you work with municipalities, do you look to connect among themselves so they have a common methodology? I mean, to generate a standard, I mean, or do you just follow? Okay, well, there are some data sets upon which we already have some standards that are the ones that are internationally promoted public purchases. Feminicides, I don't know if you know about that, Fumebas. Silvana Fumebas working on feminicides. She has that data along with Latin American colleagues to generate a standard for the publication of that data. To tell you that that exists is still alive because that doesn't exist. So in the research, so okay, we have a series of investigations and research. We have some cases in which the definition of feminicide was the judge of that district would get all the cases of assassination. This yes, not this yes. This applies. This doesn't apply. So that was the medium, the way they did it. So we don't have a standard regional level, or it's been mapped, but we do have a work to generate one. Sometimes what they do is when they have a standard, we promote it. So in this case in particular, knowing that the standards exist, we promote the work of standardization. So very likely, so we have good practices, cases of bad practices. So, but well, that doesn't exist today so far.
¿Algún otro aporte? Allá.
Después te paso el mail todo.
I'll send you the email and everything so you can share information.
No, yo quería
Oh,
compartir.
okay, I just wanted to share. I'm Cata. I am a city council representative in San Isidro's municipality. So, as city's participation, I'll share with you how we choose, how we select, how we are elected. So, the way we represent ourselves is that the affiliation to the party, right? Just 1 minute. So, pretty good.
Gracias. Bueno, qué
Thank
honor.
you.
Bueno,
What an honor. So, as I said, with San Isidro, it's a community party in activities for 23 years now. What we do to elect ourselves to decide who the candidates will be representing is that the affiliates, for a week, they get an email with which is called
participación ciudadana en donde los afiliados creen en el partido, se motivan a postularse. Yo empecé siendo asesora legislativa y terminé siendo
to participate there. I renewed that, yes, for the second time. So anyone who's affiliated may return and be part of the political system transformation. I agree with the networks are fundamental. You can have great ideas to open deliberating councils, but if you have a network with the organizations, so what does the citizen need? What do you propose? What do you want to know? I can open the data, the amount of trees in San Isidro, but if citizens are asking for which process or mechanism I have for them to participate in the decision-making process on the coast, or if they want space to play soccer, for example, it's difficult for that process to be successful. Well, I really thank you. It was a pleasure. I'm about to go to Mar del Plata region for the climate change. Something else I wanted to share with you for the youth is called Banca 25. I'm the vice president of the steering council. So in San Isidro, we have 24 banks. The bank number 25 are the youth or the group. So we have the schools for deliberating council. They propose ideas and projects that have to work with the construction of citizens and participation. It all depends on what their name is. So they are city council representatives. They present the council. Then we have the commission. So because that project has to come, and we think that that's a small part of participation. At first, it's a great day to understand what the youth, the young people want, and afterwards, so that they can have in the citizens instruction. How do I submit a project before an entity, or the system? So this is a program that if you work with the city council representatives, you see all these things that go on there. It's pretty good that the youth could be city council representatives for a day and collect their questions and opinions. So, and then that they can really debate There are some projects that are not going to advance because the budget is not infinite. But it is pretty good to understand what the youth are concerned about and to add them on the democratic life. Incredible. Okay, thank you.
Gracias por ese aporte, un lujo.
Thank you for your contribution and for using the chair number 5. I think with that we could definitely close the panel. I would like to thank our panelists. We invite you to go now for lunch and to continue with the afternoon workshops. Thank you.
¿Nos sacamos una foto?
Okay, shall we make a picture now? Let's take a picture now. Okay. Okay, a picture, okay. Enjoy your lunch. Bye-bye.
Hagan un power. ¿Quieren que les saque igual? Gracias. Pero ahí tiene una tapita, otra sorbete, es la BS. No, gracias a vos. Sí, gracias por hacerte el tiempo. Sé que estás con las corridas. Para que pongas ahí la botellita. Ahí tiene una tapita adentro también. Te iba a ofrecer. Bueno. Estaba tratando de ver por dónde.
Dejo uno acá.
Hola, hola, hola. Vamos volviendo. Tratemos de llenar las mesas. Acá pueden venir si quieren. Vamos a reacomodarnos un poquito. Así ocupamos las mesas.
Sit at the tables while we continue with the spaces that we had.
Más manos a la obra.
More hands at work. Thanks to those who are still with us in this marathon of 2 days, of every single day. Let's get hands on. How was lunch? How was it? It's good? Delicious? It was delicious, yes. All right.
Vamos a seguir.
We're going to continue working. Yesterday we started on this of getting hands on the change networks every time. Those who started yesterday, you have a more clear image of how it works, of public policies, of initiative, of co-created initiative. We're working with the different stages. We're going to the stage that all the teams are expecting, which is the search for solutions. We always talk about the problem of understanding the problem. In the teams, it's hard sometimes to stop. Sometimes we put the ideas in pause. We put them in pause while we do all these validation process with the community of co-creating with the impacted people. We went through this, so now this is the time. The creative time, divergent time of coming up with ideas. We're going to continue. Yesterday, Clary introduced this topic of map creation to understand the problem, and this allowed us to identify not only the actors, the key actors of the system, but also the types of relationships that we have with these actors, and what other roles that these actors have, what are the rules that operate in the system, and all this gives us results, desired or not desired, positive or non-positive results. We said that's the result of what happens. That's true. That's the snapshot. You are the guys. You're the ones on the picture. It's true. You're going to tell us about that change network because we're going to have a moment so you can share with us about the experience of co-creating with the network of change so the community is part of the understanding of the problem and the search for solutions. So as I said before, we're going to dive into the ideation process. Yesterday, Clary, we worked on this, on the map of the system. We had a problem, a matic that was defined. We had 4 cities, hypothetical cities that had some kind of problems. And we worked on these problems on understanding that system of who were those who the elements who were part of the problem. As you were not here yesterday, we're going to release that a little bit. We're going to let that go. And we're going to take everything we've been talking today. We're going to establish those problems. And we're going to, when we talk about the problem, we transform the problems into a question that, generally speaking, starts with the way we could. That problem, which is the way we could, is a designed problem. From that question, we start to come up with solutions, and the invitation today is to let's exploit our creativity. There are no bad ideas. We will not judge. What we want today is you have all the spaces, the blank spaces, you have post-its. We don't judge. If there are repeated ideas, it's all right. We will filter them. There are no bad ideas. The idea today is let's exploit our creativity to wake up a little bit after lunch and start to work on that. And again, I'll give the word to Clary Corral from the Innovators team so she can walk us through this activity. Thank you.
Bien. Bueno,
All right,
como
good.
decíamos, hoy fuimos
As we were saying today, we were going through different topics from the different talks, and we're going to take those problems to build these design questions. Why are we going to do it? Because what we want is to come up with, well, from the transformation of the problem that we saw, to transform those into ideas. We're going to work on the different tables and the 4 different tables on the one hand, on the how could we do that? How could we do such and such? How could we include handicapped people in the work market? That should be from the problem, from the social and labor inclusion. We transform it into a question as with the how could we do something? Why? Because the question is going to help us a lot to better understand those ideas. The format of question makes us try to answer them. So with that in mind, we're going to do the ideation. So there's going to be one table that will be working with the problem of work or labor inclusion or handicapped people working in tourism. I don't know what table would like to take this topic. We're going to distribute that as so. Who would like to take?
¿Parece el tema de delitos? ¿Quieren trabajarlo en esa mesa? ¿Les parece? Vamos con el tema de delitos. Bien. Y entonces, en la mesa de allá del fondo,
At the table, we're going to work with the lack of citizen participation or the problem that those participation instances have incidences or have some incidents. So we have citizen participation, we have security, and we have data, availability, and we have inclusion of handicapped people. So what you guys are going to do is these problems, make them into, create a question, and you're going to ideate. We're going to do this with a brainstorming tool. This is an infallible tool. This is the most important thing. The most important thing is that every idea matters. In that sense, let's open the presentation. We have some tips that have been written of, let's go to the next one. Understanding of the problem, work collaboratively, prioritizing ideas. All right, what I wanted to, let me leave that in the background. We're going to write down all the ideas, but we will not judge ideas. Then we will prioritize them, then we will discuss them, and so forth. But let's start by not judge any idea. Let's write down everything, because when a person says one idea, another idea is triggered to another person. So try to do that round of thoughts. You can start to write down on the post-its. If you need more post-its, let me know. If you have so many ideas, let me know. Raise your hand, let me know. If you need more materials, let us know. Why? Because we need to write down every single idea. We don't need to explain the ideas. Not for now. You don't need to start to talk. Just write down. If you can write down on the poster the design question, how could we, right? With your topic. And from that question first, let's write down everything, then you say the idea, and you continue thinking in another round to see if there are more and more ideas. But you don't need to explain as yet. Not for now. let's not lose our focus. We don't need to discuss. We don't need to get to agreements. We're just throwing ideas, tossing at the ideas. Let's see if we have one more out of these tips. Let's go to the very next one. Yes. Okay. Let's do the free ideation and then the ideas. Those 5 minutes in the middle are going to be given to the first instance. So, are you guys ready? Let's take 10, 15. Let's go.
Vamos a situar, por ejemplo, ahora vamos a idear para seguridad.
We're going to bring ideas for security. Will we think about a specific place? Yeah, you can choose one city or a territory where you are thinking those ideas, but that's not necessary or mandatory.
¿Cómo vienen esas ideas?
How's everything? How's everything going, guys?
A ver si llegamos al menos a 10 ideas en cada mesa.
Let's get to 10 ideas on each table. At least 10. How many do we have?
Dos minutos para sumar cualquier idea que les haya quedado en el tintero y hacemos un primer stop. Bien, ahí estamos ahora con las
we
ideas.
are ready with the ideas that came up on each table. They found the colored dotted paper. It seemed everything was orchestrated, but no. You will use these stickers, but you will not use them on your own table of ideas. I see you so comfortable, so very comfortable sitting there. And we like to make you feel uncomfortable. So what we would like to do is you will all first listen. Before taking action, listen. We're going to stand up and then we are going to turn to the table that you have on your right, but not now. Not just now. Let's wait for the explanation. You guys stand up, you come here, you go over there, and you go over there. And you go over there. In this first rotation, you will take 3 minutes to see all the ideas that are on that table. If you get to this table, you will need more time, I think. You will read, and each one of you will take one of those stickers that are on the table, and you will choose one idea, and you will vote for that idea. So on one table there will be, I don't know if you have 7 people here. Once you get here, you will take one of those stickers that's there, and the idea that you like the most, the best idea, if you had all the financing, you would give it to that idea. You will vote for that idea. Yeah. Here they ask us a question. Maybe it can happen that the same idea can have several votes. If someone else voted for my idea, I can vote for that idea. It's alright, there was no post-it filled with stickers. Then we'll see what the most voted ideas were. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it 4 times. We'll take 3 minutes on each table, and then we will rotate. So let's take the whole. We're going to make a complete turn. I'll let you know when I say yes. Okay, let's go to the next table. So let's go.
Tratemos de reducir los obstáculos.
Let's try to reduce the obstacles.
Quienes hayan sido docentes y sepan leer jeroglíficos pueden ayudar.
Teachers and can read hieroglyphics, you can help your partners to try to understand what's written on those post-its.
Cada persona es un voto en cada mesa. Elijan bien.
Each person is a vote on each table. Choose well.
Un minuto para que no haya puesto el voto, un minuto antes de que giremos.
1 minute before we rotate.
Bien. Suelten los stickers porque el siguiente equipo va a usar esos stickers.
Drop them because the next team will use those stickers, but let's rotate to the next table.
Este equipo va a la de allá.
This team will go there, that team will go there. Rotate. There we go.
Gracias. No hace falta que se vean influenciados por los votos previos. Pueden tomarse el tiempo de leer todas las ideas.
Influenced by the previous votes, you can take your time to read and to choose your vote.
Hay algunos votantes muy rápidos, pero
We have some fast voters, but we have 1 more minute.
cada voto cuenta.
Each vote counts.
Es una democracia con voto
Now, this is a
obligatorio.
democracy with mandatory vote. So,
Bien, si les parece, esperen, 10, 9, 8,
if you agree,
7,
we have here 7, 5, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
si cada uno ya dejó un voto,
If
pasamos
you already deposited your vote, we should go to the next table on the right-hand side. Turning on your right-hand side. Please.
que no les gane la ansiedad, léanlas con tranquilidad.
Read the options. You have enough time. Don't be anxious.
Esta es la anteúltima mesa de votación, ¿eh?
This is the second last voting table.
pueden ir aprovechando y leer las ideas que parecen que nadie leyó, que nadie votó, que nadie
Please
leyó.
read the ones which were not voted for. Why do you think they did not vote for them?
Vayan sumando su voto, poniendo su sticker en la mesa en la que están, que vamos a pasar en un minuto a la última mesa.
Please add your vote. Put your sticker on your vote because we're going to go to the last table in a few seconds.
Qué ansiedad de ver ahora si sus ideas fueron votadas o no.
So we're going to see whether your ideas were voted for or not. Okay, good. Now, let's rotate again on the right-hand side and you go back to your table.
Vuelven a su mesa.
Let us return to our tables.
Pero en su mesa no votan.
But on your table, you are not going to vote. You are not going to vote on your table because you're going to vote for your ideas. So that is not the purpose. So you can see which were chosen so far. But we're already with the brainstorm of ideas. So please be seated.
Bien.
Okay, very good.
Ahora, ¿estamos todos?
Okay, are we all in? Please raise your hand in your table if you're paying attention. Thank you for your silence. Okay, now that you're seeing the ideas that were voted for, the ones that were not so voted, so we're going to filter them because so far in the brainstorm, all of the ideas were good and valid. But we already had a first prioritization of the ideas.
En el afiche,
So on the poster, with one of the markers you have on the table, we're going to draw a matrix, mathematics. Now, we have two lines only. One that's vertical of impact, that is to say, the lesser impact is going to be at the bottom and the higher impact is going to be on top of the road. And horizontal is the viability or feasibility. Is it viable? Is it feasible? So the least viable, it's towards the left, and the most feasible, it's on the right-hand side, okay? So, what does it mean? You're going to take the ideas that have the circle, so that the ones that were already at least voted once, it doesn't matter if it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Just the ones that have the first prioritization, so you put them on that matrix. Those ideas for you, as a team that have low impact, are going to be below, and then if they have lower impact, so you're going to be close to zero. And you have a lot of feasibility. It's like the win-win. We're going to take 10 minutes. We as a team, we prioritize your ideas. Add it out, please. Let me know. You ready? You have 10 minutes to discuss.
¿Van llegando algunas ideas que quedan arriba a la derecha? ¿O son un público
have some ideas.
Dos minutos más. Si todavía alguna de sus ideas no quedó ubicada en la matriz.
2 more minutes. If one of your ideas is not in the matrix, this is the time to do it.
Bien. Les vamos a pedir que en
Okay,
cada
we're going to ask you that in each one of the table you choose a spokesperson.
Alguien que
So a
se va
spokesperson per table. Someone who is going to share which were the ideas that were prioritized with greater impact.
vayan eligiendo su vocero.
So please choose your spokesperson.
Este equipo está por sacar una política pública. Bien, ¿qué equipo quiere arrancar?
Okay, which team would like to start sharing your matrix? The prioritization matrix, the masterpiece of the afternoon. If not, we'll just pick at random.
Las que no se votaron, no se
So
votaron.
those that were voted for, we're just not gonna be, just let them go. Let them go. They were not voted for at all, so we're not gonna take them into account. So we're gonna be starting with the team that finished the fastest, which was this team here. So on this team, please, I'm gonna ask one of you to share the matrix. I think that perhaps you're gonna have to, one of you is gonna have to stand up, kind of thing. So for us to see the matrix, it is right there. So can we do that or not? Okay, is it possible?
¿Se salen? Bueno, no importa. Entonces lo van a tener que
Okay, so
contar.
you're gonna have to tell us the story without showing us the information. Infograph. So what was your design question? Shall we give them this microphone? Either is fine.
Bueno, la pregunta...
Como vamos a... Espera que...
Just 1 minute.
El resto de los equipos,
May I have your attention, please, since all of you are going to share your ideas. Let's listen to the team here. All of you are going to have the opportunity to share your ideas. So first, we're going to be listening to this first team. First, which was the question of design, and which were the prioritized ideas? So the first design idea is how we could include people, integrate people with certain handicap in the working sphere, in the labor work. So we're not going to read everything. But the three main prioritized ideas, collaboration with everyone, of course, was skills of recognition to successful cases for integration of people with handicaps in the work sphere. Secondly, create a public registry of companies willing to hire people with some handicap to have access and are friendly with them, to include them. And training and awareness for companies from the public sector. Those are like the three most important ones. Those were the most those were the prioritized companies. Next team. Here.
Recuerden primero contar cuál es la pregunta de diseño y cuáles fueron
Don't
las ideas.
forget to share with us which was the design question and the prioritized ideas. So we work. So how we could increase the use of open public data. So in the matrix, we're going to have the thing which is make filters to make them available and to have accessible portals or websites. I think that would be like the most important, the greater impact and feasibility. And then we, in the second position, we have to capture citizens' participation to get to know their needs, local activism, to be adjusted and active from the demand, identifying their needs to share them in an appropriate manner to detect in civil society the data needs, to promote the use of data in high school, to generate partnerships with organizations that work with the opening and use of data, and standardize the recollection methodologies, times and schedules to do it, and the obligation of prioritizing or these activities in the different public sectors. Other one is to have the database files and tell citizens there about the rights, which is the most voted for, 6 votes. Okay. It is interesting, not only the most voted for you, were the ones that were like the greatest impact and viability. So it is interesting to see how, based on the way how we prioritize, we have some ideas and others. So we have the mic, please. Okay.
Bueno, la pregunta
The question of design, and that is how we could improve citizens' participation, both in how they participate more actively, more people, and more effective. So the prioritized idea that has the greatest impact and feasibility is one box for the ideas, like a mailbox for ideas. So for solutions on things that are of their concern. After that, we have others that go in a similar direction to generate participation, direct participation apps, and 2 ideas towards education, popular education, informal, and to improve the civic education programs. And in the limit, perhaps, with a lot of impact, with very little feasibility, the creation of a new organ or entity with citizens chosen to make political decisions, but with very little feasibility, of course. it was pretty discussed. Do you have to mention them all? No, no, no. Okay. That team, they were just in participation. What do you think about having other people voting for your ideas? Was it okay to call them for participation or not? No, it was good. It was good. It was good. Yeah, to have them participating. That's good, right?
Vamos entonces acá con el último
Okay,
equipo.
shall we go now with our last team today in this round? Okay, we had the subject of security, and our question was quite philosophical and abstract. We have pretty few votes. It says, how could we inhabit an open door city? And the most voted ideas were preventive education, to potentialize inclusive educational spaces, generate life projects for the youth, community security, and inter-neighborhood activities, and to generate public spaces for meetings. And then we have a model with Medellin's model, which is the more integrated, which is the opposite of security is sharing, is competency, like sharing together. So I think it includes everything. Ah, great, great. So there were some ideas there that, do you think that they should have voted for another one? So that happens. That's my idea. It was not voted for, so it was on the neighborhood ideas. Any other idea?
Bueno, una de las discusiones que se dio.
Well, one of the discussions we had here, it was the concept of security. We have the cohabitation. I mean, wasn't voted really bad. We had restorative justice. Those are other approaches, really, that no one voted for them. So what happened? And what was something there, right? Perfect. But we wanted to get with this to have the most ideas possible, not to judge or filter anyone, to be able to have the prioritization exercise. It is difficult to choose one idea over the other, because sometimes we choose a pathway where to take our team to. So sometimes they're pretty good, so they could be taking them. And also to reach an agreement to generate this consensus that luckily we had a good disposition and willingness to generate these spaces. With this, we wanted to resume the change and experiences of change networks and that you have in the promotion of these spaces, to facilitate these spaces in which people who perhaps come from different backgrounds discuss around an idea, and sometimes it's more or less difficult to achieve that idea. We wanted to invite, for example, Josaphat, if you want to share with us. Okay, I asked for your mic, but now I'm going to give you the floor. So could you share with us your experience of taking these type of activities forward?
¿Quieres pasar acá? Dale, dale. A la silla vacía.
Come here to the hot seat.
Bien. Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. First off, I'm Josaphat. I am from Chile. I live in Santiago, the capital. So I was thinking about what was I want to share, because the project itself, I said, okay, I do that 100 times in a year. Since you have behaved pretty well with me, I'm going to share with you something more personal initially. So thinking about, I mean, we have a lot of public representatives here from civil society. We have some officials. Perhaps this insight may give you some tips. I work in an organization which works with intellectual handicap conditions, right? So I reached level 3. Before I got to Crescendo Foundation, this is more personal. I was talking to my wife. I'm married. I have a daughter. She's 3 years old. my baby. So, I told my wife, you know what? From all of the work, well, I've been working with the social sphere for a long time. I've worked with women, children, migrants, and I said, okay, what I would be afraid the most with is people with intellectual handicap. I said that like 5 years ago. I used to work at that time with an NGO. It was pretty big in Chile, which is World Vision, something similar to UNICEF. And then I got precisely into a political campaign. I supported a friend to be a mayor. I left my job and I went to work with him. It was the worst decision I made, honestly. It was another system, what happens in a municipality in Chile. So a lot of bureaucracy. So it is very difficult to have that type of work for a person who has a more activist profile. You want to get things done, so I didn't like that experience that much. I thought I was a failure. So I'm part of the generation of 2011 students movements in 2011, where we swear we're going to reach the revolution and all that. Yeah, generationally speaking, I felt terribly bad. But because of my working World Vision, I had to work in advocacy. Therefore, I had experience working in networks. That is very important, especially in the realm of public policies and also territorial networks. And well, from those networks on, I get to know other organizations. Then I try to find a new job, and I approached precisely one of these persons as one of quite my friend, basically. You know what? I want to work. I want to go back to the civil society realm. See, so that was the organization was called Crescendo. It was about to be shut down. So we had to work with the strategic plan, with everything we had. I'll tell you all this because in Chile at least, the work of children's let's say range is pretty advanced in terms of articulation. We have institutional networks and communal networks at regional level, national level. And when I got into part of handicap, so there was another world, right? Without a table, without national table.
Individual, digamos, tratando de
actors,
algunos procesos, pero no así como bloque.
But not as a block. So you could have that kind of impairment. So it's how we could contribute from other experience. This was in 2021, 2023, precisely. I knew the program, the RIL program, the real program. I said, okay, there. So, Clarice helped me throughout the world, okay? So here we have excuse to talk to other stakeholders about this. Because this is an international program, it has certain validity, of course. It's not the talk is going to be between Crescendo and the municipality.
Y la expectativa que teníamos en ese momento
we had at that time was precisely the generation of work opportunities for people with intellectual handicap. Okay, we faced some challenges. So we had some problems. The work inclusion law that obliges a company with more than 100 employees to have at least 2 people with this condition.
Está pensada de una lógica.
However, the industry is considered about not necessarily a person with intellectual impairment has the same working opportunity than a person who does not have that impairment. And the challenge was how then really we would generate a workspace that's real, in which a person with intellectual impairment may precisely work and project him or herself in time. One of the challenges also is the continuity in the work here, because you have to comply with that. It's mandatory. You're hired, they solve that first problem, and then they're fined, but then the experience of that person there is not that pleasant. One of the difficulties that people with intellectual impairment face is violence at work, in transportation. How they take a bus, they get on the bus, and the driver, hey, get on quickly, and so forth, you stupid fool, get on the bus quickly. So, I mean, so it was not that easy to say, okay, we have a list of companies, we have 10 people who need a job. Okay, let's give them a hand. The challenge here was precisely how we could build a space, a community that would assume precisely the commitment of changing the lifestyle, their way of living, to change them for others, and how we have that dialogue. So finally, when we talk about change, perhaps I learned this the bad way, the hard way. One person is going to be affecting. So,
Y con el programa de innovadores locales, lo que nos
Innovators program, what that allowed us initially to ensure that participation, political participation in the municipality. So, about take this problem to a political discussion. So this is a problem that we both have.
Social.
So, this is a social problem.
Y en el paso del programa, lamentablemente el municipio,
unfortunately, the municipality, so they did not participate, but they kept formal participation.
Y logramos generar en el primer proceso de red de cambio
the first
una primera
change
invitación
in that with the first invitation,
podríamos decir interesados,
and interested parties or stakeholders.
En que esto pasara y
this would happen in generating an alternative of work for people with some impairment.
Lo que nos permitió esa
that change network allowed us, so at least you have two important findings. The first one was to know that
existe interés en las personas.
There is an interest in people.
Y ese interés,
and that interest, we could say,
es un interés claramente diverso.
It's a quite diverse interest, so indeed, so if that interest is channeled in a way that it is fair, just so what do I mean by that? That one way or another, that plan not only is gonna be it's going to be benefiting one person or institution, an individual or institution. So the person who's interested, he sees that there is a greater interest, and he could then end up and reach an agreement and commitment. That's how we constituted the first network of people interested, but perhaps didn't have one way or another the institutional relevance to make the most important decision. But what we achieved was to build the first support community. That's how we're going to be, that's how I put it. So we were not alone in this journey. And the program has 6 months, so you have to comply with the time. Well, what do? We breathe deeply, and we gave some time to the construction of this change network. The project that resulted was precisely a gastronomic district that was inclusive. But clearly, due to some qualities in particular that the context had, for example, something common there is that the Ñuñoa district where we were located, it was a district that was pretty well known to be very inclusive, modern. So the concept of inclusive was not going to make a dent, was not going to make a difference. So we were just reinforcing already that identity that was existing there. The second point is that after the pandemics, the gastronomic sector was very, very hard hit at the local level. So the Association of Restaurants, they were also looking for alternatives to resume, to recover, to continue the place where you could have tourists or visitors and reach a better development. These features allowed us initially to create this brand of gastro district or gastro neighborhood. But with the last year was to generate a project that we call Hub of Inclusion or Inclusion Hub. So it's a social innovation laboratory. So in this hub, the idea was to gather 20 people in 8 restaurants, Ñuñoa Marketplace, which was the neighborhood we wanted to intervene, to think about what a gastro inclusive neighborhood would be. But the strategic part here is that invites were talks, symbolic talks. I mean, symbolism sometimes is not properly seen, but yes, I'm going to tell you about the importance. So we managed that in each table of these inclusion have tables. We had someone from the public sphere at the table, and that was classified as well. It was broken down into national authority, regional authority, and local authority, municipal at the municipality level, and one leader from a community. In the realm of companies, we look for the inclusive business network in Chile, and we needed to have a representative from that company there at the table. A company that would be strategic, that would be a byproduct of the sphere of inclusion of handicaps, and also related to a small company or an entrepreneur or undertaker. So in the area of families, we wanted to have all encounters to have at least one user, a family member, a relative, and a foundation from the worker, and from civil society and an NGO that would work in handicap aspects, one that would work in development, another a university or a professional institute or technical training center, and a church. So, what caused and developed the dialogue, symbolically speaking, was to create to have a new talk that we couldn't have generated it if it hadn't been this encounter of worlds. That valioso was the most valuable thing, because that new talk, starting from these encounter conversations that could have never been possible, that one way or another, that were strategically planned for. I mean, allowed us to generate an input that's a guide for gastro inclusive districts. And now, at that time, we didn't have, now it has, the support by the regional government, so that commercial neighbors or districts in Chile may transform themselves into inclusive gastro neighborhood, allowing gastro neighborhood in the metropolitan region become an industry that allow the hiring of people with intellectual impairment. So many of the workshops around NGOs who work with this type of population, most of them work with cooking, most of them. But also, and there was something important about the idea of how to see the potentialities. And with this, I'm going to close. One of the things that I learned working, as I said, some new, so I had to learn a lot of things myself. It is that one of the contributions given by people with intellectual impairment in the gastroenteric sphere is that when a person without any type of handicap, so you have a person with a Down syndrome, for example, so they change the attitude and they have a kind, amiable attitude. So they think that the person who's there needs greater care. So kindness and amiability, how much we could project in a gastro-inclusive neighbor, that the value is amiability, the kindness of people, with people, and among people. All right, thank you very much.
Bien, y ahí compartimos ahora la última experiencia de esta tarde.
We share this afternoon's last experience, and we've been talking about different experiences of change networks, challenges and lessons. We wanted you to learn your experience and of challenges and learnings, what the next step is. I'd like to tell you that my name is Marcela. I come from San Antonio. We're a cooperative of work. We started in 2020, 5 years ago, in a very difficult time of pandemic where everything was very complicated. When we were hopeless, but we were excited about it. I met Real in 2022, where we started with a workshop, and yes, it was very intense 6 months. I didn't know what it was about. They told me it was about some meetings, and then we had to see what was happening. We had a recycling plant, a working plant. We were classifying because the municipality used to trade and sell. Thanks to the change network, everything was changing little by little at that time. The challenge was to get to 50% of recovery time because we had an 8. We didn't get to 50, but we are in 35. And for us, that's a lot. It's a lot. Thank you. It is a lot. In 2024, we were evolving thanks to these change networks that we met within our same city. It's a small city. We're 28,000 inhabitants. There were many people that were engaged. I learned that from you. At that time, I felt lonely. I felt like I was with my colleagues trying to have them becoming aware of what was happening at home. And then I found the municipality. We met, and we were given a lot of tools and possibilities to achieve this. That's possible now. Now we have the new director of environment, and thanks to her connection, and we are subscribed again in another workshop this year. And last year we started to trade. It was not for the municipality alone, but the municipality helped the institution, all the process, the productive process. They were collecting 80 bales. Now we have 200, and our partners work with the classification of the whole process, recovery, packaging, and the trading of products to get money to pay wages. So this year we're working with compost, and the big generators. But big generators, well, we went to look for them ourselves in the big companies, so they tried to take those that waste. So it's very interesting, a lot of information. I learn a lot every time I'm invited, so I want to thank you. That's our experience. More than thank you, it's about the growth because I owe that to you. So thanks a lot.
Gracias. Con esto vamos cerrando la actividad.
With this, we close the activity of the afternoon. I will give the floor to Annie so she can close it. But we wanted to thank you for the good attitude, for the great ideas, and for this, for not only for sharing your experiences, but also for each one of you, or for your job, for your work. I hope you leave a little bit more inspired to continue doing your job and continuing creating networks to improve an aspect of your city. So that's all for me, and thank you. Well, I just want to tell you that we have one coffee break, and after the coffee break, please come back because we have a very good surprise to close the space. But it's very short. Let's take a quick coffee break. We come back and then we close the surprise, and then we'll say goodbye, I promise.
Así que vamos a tomar un cafecito y volvemos.
Coffee break time.
Hola, 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 hola. Bueno, vamos volviendo. Bueno.
Hello, everyone. We are back. Once again, thank you for sticking out. Yeah, thank you for staying with us. For sticking around. Yeah, thank you.
Pónganse cómodos. Esto va a ser un
Make
espacio
yourselves
muy
comfortable.
breve.
This is going to be a very, very brief space, brief moment.
Yo sé que algunos todavía se estaban.
I know some of you are still finishing your brownie. Yeah, go ahead.
Bueno, hemos llegado al final.
We've
Una vez
gotten to
más.
the end once again.
Aplausos y agradecimiento para ustedes.
Give it up. A round of applause for you.
Antes que los agradecimientos.
For thanking, and of course, the Global Democracy Coalition, thank you, all of you who got together here to talk about topics that seem to escape from our agenda because there seems there are other topics that are more urgent, and we don't want the urgent things to replace the priorities. We cannot forget about including, co-creating. We wanted to keep this agenda. So thank you to Global Democracy Coalition, REAL, and the whole REAL team. Thanks to you, everything was possible. Thank you to the producers. Thank you, Ale, Lu. That was amazing. Thank you to each one of you from the organizations. Thank you to each one of those who came these 2 days. You spent your time with us, and in a very long, very intense workshop. So thank you so much. And we have a very good surprise for you. We're going to have a tour of what these 2 days were, and this is why we have our special guest, Lucila Sarkif, who will be sharing a little bit of her art. There it is. So let's go through each one of them. We always had this empty seat. We wanted this space to be as participative as possible. We wanted to get rid of formalities and presentations. Some of them asked for presentations, and I had told them no. Wanted to have a more organic and fluid spirit, as similar as possible to a conversation. So we always kept this space of the empty chair. We sat to talk about democracy. We started with this panel that opened the context. First was the conversation, and then Matias and Hernan, Gabi, who is also here, they opened the space and given us the diagnosis of the context and giving us some hints or of where opportunities or where we could go to. We started to talk about breaking the barriers of youth participation, and we started to talk on the construction of fabric of network, on seeing the way we understood with all the problems. We see the methodology of change networks, how the most important thing is to start with a shared purpose, and from there moving. There you can see the 5 R's of the system map and the way we could build with each one of these roles, relations, rules, results, deep understanding of our problem. And here today we started to talk about finding solutions to the problems, changing the way we saw the problem and make it a question that we could start to see and to think new ideas, and from those ideas work together to filter those ideas, to group those ideas, and to start to get to the ideas that potentially can become a project or an initiative in public policies. That's a little bit the summary of what we did these 2 days. Thank you.
Y simplemente eso, otra vez, gracias a todos y a todas, gracias a todo el equipo REAL una vez más.
To all the REAL team, once again. Okay, we will meet again very soon, hopefully. Importantly, to keep these in-person spaces. We have a lot of virtual spaces of REAL. Keep an eye on those things, and hope we can get together very soon to keep on thinking of ways to resist, to transcend, and to sustain our democracies and our collaborative processes and our co-creation spaces. Thank you so much.
Hola, solo quería también pedir un aplauso para Annie, que ha sido la
maestra. Give it up to Annie, who's been our master of ceremony. She's been incredible.
Agradecerles también de mi parte y decirles que si quieren estar atentos y seguir
if you would like to follow this conversation, this workshop, it will take place in Nairobi. Please keep an eye on our social media. We'll have another proposal that would be around democracy and the challenges of democracy and participation of youth as the center of this. Thank you.
¿Nos sacamos una foto?
Shall we take a picture?